Uh-huh, 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 uh-huh. And I go. Hi! Hello! How you guys doing? Let me know when you can hear me, and I will let you know when I can see you, which is now. I can see you now. Hello, friends! How are we doing? Mm-hmm. How's we doing? How we feeling? How'd how'd the stream feel for you guys? I'm just gonna kind of let this run a little bit while we warm up and let people roam in here, that kind of stuff. I'm seeing good stuff. Seeing good stuff. Excellent. Okay, go under my headphone cable. Thank you. Yeah, this had a lot in it, not just about Nod Cry. There's I don't know if you guys were paying attention to the socials last night, whether it was on YouTube or Twitter or the Hoyo page, the Hoyo, what do you call it? The Hoyoverse forum thingy. Hoyoverse not only announced an entirely new game with gameplay trailers and a whole website with characters and stuff. It's basically Hoyoverse Pokemon, so Hoyomon. They also released like some character trailers and like a bunch of stuff all at once, and then we get into Genshin and they decide not only are we going to give you Nod Cry, we're also going to give you the user generated content mode, which was the Wonderland thing, this thing. It's loud. I have mixed feelings about this thing. But like there's a lot in here. I don't know how much we're gonna cover, but we'll try to cover everything, I guess. Oh dear, is the stream lagging? Uh-oh. You hear everything twice? That's odd. Very odd. Hold on. Let me... Weird. Okay, hold on. Hold on. That's very strange. Please hold 1 second. If this doesn't work, I might have to shut down and then come back. No, it's stable? Are we okay? Okay, well, maybe it wasn't me. Maybe it was just my internet. Okay. It lags when I play the video. Oh. That's gonna be a problem. It does look like I have a lot of dropped frames. Okay. If this keeps up, we might have to do this tomorrow. And the reason why is because it's been thunderstorming here all day. So it might just be that I don't have good service. That might be what's going on. Let's just go ahead and test this this video play. We're going to play this video real quick and just see if it starts to lag. Let me know if this starts lagging on you. There's no audio. I turned it off, but I mean, like, we can turn it up again. Except that's just for me. Because this is down like this. All right. All right. Let me know if you guys can hear that or if it works. Okay, I'm gonna pause it. Now did that work okay? Are we good? It's really choppy? Okay. Audio is doubling again. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. So we're not going to be able to play these videos if we do this stream talk tonight. I kind of want to have the videos play though, so maybe the plan is to not do this today. Yeah, okay. Okay, I think the plan is to just not do this today. I'm sorry. It's not something within my control. It's straight up the fact that there's thunderclouds overhead, and I don't have wired internet. I have wireless internet. So when I have cloud cover like this, my internet gets a little bit sketchy. I thought it would be fine. I have Verizon home internet, so resetting my router doesn't work. That doesn't work all that well. I don't think I can lower the stream's bit rate any more than it already is. And I definitely can't do it without turning this off. I mean, I can take it down to 8,000. It's not ideal, but we can try it. Okay. I've lowered that bit rate down. No, guys, I don't think we're going to do this tonight. I don't think we're going to do this tonight. Let's give it one more shot. No amplifier? I don't have the ability to do an amplifier. I can put it on 720. Maybe that'll help. Wait, it's okay, guys. There's thunderstorms in my area. That means I'm under thick cloud cover. When I have cellular as my main source of internet, which is what I have for my desktop computer, yes, it is cellular internet because that's the best I can get out here. If the cloud cover is really thick, it's very hit or miss on whether or not I can actually get a good signal. So there's that. So it might not even have much to do with the download speed of the video that's being played. That usually doesn't have much impact. It's actually the amount of pixels that are on screen and the rate that they change. So I feel like even if I was using a video that I had downloaded, it might not help all that much. But we can try this. We can try this for a little bit, see if this works. Just control the weather. Yeah. Starlink has the same problem with the cloud cover. I'm not using Starlink. Also, the last time I had a satellite dish on the top of my roof, it caused massive issues with leaking. I'm not doing that again. I'm not going through that again. I've spent way too much time in that attic already. Frame is a little choppy. The audio is perfect. I don't know. You're in the boonies, but you have fiber? Aren't you lucky? There are fiber cables running right past my house, but no one owns them, so I can't use them. Isn't that great? Oh, is it working? Okay. Okay. You know what? If it's working, let's go. If it's not, if we have to go on a slightly lower quality for today, that's okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and take these and I'll bring them all down to 720. And hopefully that'll help. I lowered the bit rate to 8,000 instead of 10. Hopefully that's enough. Oh, these are all 720 already. Okay, cool. All right. I don't want to do this tomorrow. I have things I need to do tomorrow. That's why I wanted to do it today. Okay, I am sorry for that very, very, very long technical issue at the start. Yeah, okay, cool. Starlink isn't resistant to Raiden Shogun. What's playing? Oh, you're playing. Okay. All right, jeez, wow. Okay, I got really distracted. I don't remember what I was talking about before all the technical issues. Pokemon FPS, but the lag is gone. Yeah. I don't know. If it gets too bad, just, let me know and we can pick this up another time. It's all right. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I guess I want to start with the easiest thing first because we can just get it out of the way. The reason I had this open, even though I'm actually, I have such mixed feelings about user-generated content in this game. On the one hand, this feels like a super cool mode. It's kind of like the ultimate version of the teapot, but on the other hand, this is basically just Genshin Roblox. Like the way this whole thing works, from what I could tell, it also seems like they're going to have some monetization options for people who create levels and stuff in this. So it feels like Genshin's version of Roblox. So like on the one hand, it's cool, but on the other hand, if they were really going for that, I kind of feel like it would have been better as a standalone game or like, like a companion game, a little spin-off, But I don't know. I mean, I guess this is fine. But does look like it's going to be a lot of fun. I think there'll be some opportunities to do like some Mario Maker-esque kinds of community events and stuff. So that's fun. Is this still really choppy? I don't think the monetization will be primos. I think it'll be like actual monetization. Is this part of Genshin or a new game entirely? It's part of Genshin. It's definitely part of Genshin. It's definitely part of Genshin. I do wonder if like you'll be able to like load this separately through the launcher, but that's not really super important. I am wondering if they're gonna justify this lore-wise. I kind of feel like they will. And I don't really know where they're going with it because like at the start they showed this thing and this thing should look super familiar, right? Cuz like this is just that thing that the Hexen Circle gave us. Remember that orb? Like they gave this to us in paralogism, I think it was. So I guess this is the Wonderland. I guess Alice gave us our own Wonderland. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm very curious about how they justify this lore-wise, but it's nice to know that we have a use for this thing. I'm also curious if they're gonna make you play through paralogism in order to unlock this mode, or if it will just be a separate mode entirely. Because they made us play through a bunch of different quests to unlock the teapot, because we needed to help Yenfei with that whole thing with Madame Ping. I do like that this design, is basically Alice. Not our Alice, not Clee's mom Alice, but this is like such a stereotypical Alice in Wonderland-esque design that I'm just like, yeah, okay, well, this reference is not lost on me. Alice's Wonderland. Not Alice in Wonderland, it's Alice's Wonderland. But in a lot of ways, like they could rationalize this by like pointing to Bottle Land, right? Because Alice made that world inside of a bottle, and that's kind of an advanced version of the teapot, really. So I don't think this is going to be a separate game. So this was announced with Genshin, but Genshin also. Oh right. Hold on. It's not Anime Nexus, it's Anima Nexus, but whatever. Doesn't matter. They also announced this game. Honkai Nexus Anima, that's what it is. Which is like Honkai Impact / Genshin Impact / the Hoyoverse in general, but Pokemon. The designs are really cute, but it seems like, you know, like an auto battle kind of game. Like an auto chess style game. But they announced this last night too. And they feel kind of similar. Anime Turnpike, what? Yeah, I'll show you guys. I'll show you guys. I mean, it's cute. This is Kiana from Honkai Impact. So like they're gonna do some crossover with characters. Right now there's just Kiana from Honkai Impact, and then there's Blade from Honkai Star Rail. And then this guy who kind of looks a lot like Ether. But there's no Genshin characters in here yet. But it really feels like they saw the last generation of Pokemon games and went, oh, we can do better than that. And then made this. So this is the standalone game that they made, that they announced yesterday. But the Milliastra Wonderland is part of Genshin, as far as I know. So Blade, yeah. Blade is not only... okay. Blade is not only in this new game. He's like considered a sovereign of it. One of the sovereigns. Hold on. Do they have the... I don't know if they have the... they don't have the link to the website. Okay. I don't know where it is. Anyway. Very cute. Very cute. So... I wouldn't be surprised if they eventually ported over a lot of this stuff in Milliastra Wonderland into Honkai Nexus Anima, because this feels like a very Animal Crossing-esque sort of game with a small combat twist. Is he a gym leader or the Elite Four member? I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure. You heard the gameplay of HNA is more like TFT. From what I can tell, it appears to be, they give you fully customizable characters, by the way, and that's pretty cool. From what I can tell, there's like a billion different types of mini games that make it a little bit different, and you can play these with your characters. That looks so much like a penis, and it's not, it's a chef's hat, but every time I see it, I'm just like, the internet has ruined me, my God. As far as I can tell, like the main combat aspects of it are like, you guys remember that last event we had, like the semi-roguelike event where we had to like recruit Saurians and Eremites and stuff like that, and we could make them fight each other in like an auto chess style thing. That's what the actual combat system looks like. It's like, this is the combat system here. So it looks a bit more like that. I don't know how similar to TFT that is. It's probably fairly similar. But it seems like the fungi auto battle events and stuff like that, those have all been testing for this. So that's cool. The one in ZZZ now with the Bang Boo. This is a separate discussion, but I quit Zenless because 2.0 was just that terrible. So I can't comment on that, but that's a discussion for another time. Anyway. Anyway. I was getting off track. I just wanted to point out that like Hoyo appears to have some sort of grander vision going on here, and it in my opinion, okay, it seems like Hoyo is trying to move a little bit away from targeting older demographics of players and moving towards a younger generation. So like Nexus Anima being very, how do I put this? I mean, it's Pokemon. Let's just be real. It's a next generation Pokemon, really. Look at this. This is Pokemon. But all of the designs and everything are they just feel like they're far more geared towards a younger audience in general. They're a little bit more cutesy. There's less waifu-ish type stuff going on. There's a better male to female ratio so far of characters. And then like a lot of the little Pokemon are just like extremely adorable. In a way that I feel like appeals to a different demographic than what they've been doing thus far. And then the fact that we have this, and then we also have Milliaster Wonderland, which is essentially Genshin Roblox. I'm just like, this feels like they're trying to like bring in younger players now. So that's something to keep in mind, I guess. I don't know what you're going to do with that information, but I just think it's interesting. Anyway, I know we're all actually here for lore. And I got a little. How lore heavy do you think it'll be? You mean Nexus Anima? Given that the website says that there's already like a world ender ability power thing, like an evil entity or whatever you want to call it, that these 81 sovereigns seem to take turns defeating and sealing away and stuff like that. I feel like they're gonna go maybe not super hard on the lore, but a very Hoyo amount. They're definitely gonna. I mean, they're not. It's not like they're not gonna have any. They're not gonna make it like really shallow, but I don't know if it'll be like super deep either. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Am I never giving Zenless Zone Zero another shot? It really depends. But like that, well, we can talk about Zenless at the end if you want. I kind of want to like save that for like another time because we're here for Genshin stuff, and I've already gone off track with the Nexus Anima because it's just interesting timing. Can you fight Paimon? Paimon is not a Pokemon, so no, she's not in there. Anyway, 1 second. I need to catch up on a couple of things. First off, Viridian Fox, thank you for the super chat. Can't stay as I'm working and have been working since this past Wednesday until this Monday. Gee, that's a long. Did you go home within that time? Is that like a single shift? Because that's very long if it is. But best wishes to you too. I hope you go home soon. Hope you get some rest. Brennan Wynn, thank you for the super. The thing that got you was Sandrone saying Catherine's catchphrase that caught you off guard. Yeah, that was fun. That was fun. Is this the one? Yeah, this is the one. Was she in the trailer portion saying that, or was it in the actual live stream? No, see, now I can't remember where the things were said. I remember what was said, just not where they were. Oh, here it is. Here she is. There she is. This was really cool, honestly, though, because like this has been a theory for a long time, ever since Sandrone was shown in the Winter Nights Lazzo trailer, right? That was really cool. Because like for the longest time, people were looking at Catherine like you got a keyhole in the back of your neck. You're definitely a puppet, a robot. And then in Sumeru, we got confirmation that she was a puppet. That Nahida could possess, and now we have Sandrone showing up being like, hey, I'm just gonna take Catherine's place for a bit. I don't think she stays here because I think there was another shot of an actual Catherine in the actual, what do you want to call it, the special program, that one, that thing. There was an actual Catherine there. The video is muted? Yeah, I know, because it's really loud and it gets to me. I mean, I can have it play in the background, but it often becomes distracting. So now the question is she just pretending to take Catherine's place for a little bit, like to be facetious and greet us as we enter Nodcry, or is she actually the creator of Catherine? I am tempted to say she's probably, I think she's more connected to the Catherines than we think. Although I do wonder, like, because the Adventurers Guild is supposed to be a completely neutral organization, right? Like for the most part. But they do have their headquarters in Snezhnaya, so like they can't be a totally Fatui related thing. So I do wonder if like maybe another group commissioned the Catherines from Sandrone, like if she made them and then sold them to a third party. But given the fact that we know that Sandrone is most definitely, well, we don't know that, I guess. I guess we don't know for sure that Sandrone is definitely a puppet herself, but it would make sense, especially considering her the clockwork key in her back. Is that also in the trailer? Is that in the thing? Where are things? Where are things? I think it's in the special program. But she has like the wind-up key in her back, you know? Her mouth doesn't move when she speaks, doesn't it? What do you mean? I thought it did. I thought her mouth moved when it spoke. Are you sure it's not just like a scene where it looks like she's saying something, but like the trailer is like the visuals are out of sync with the audio that's being put on screen? Because like that happens a lot. That happens a lot. Anyway, very cool. Love that confirmation. That's fun. We don't have to think about that anymore. Although I do want to speculate. Okay, there we go. There's the thing I was looking for. I was looking for this. Because this key spins periodically. So this is the same wind-up key as we see in the Clockwork Dolls in Fontaine. So that does suggest that her body is a clockwork body. Yeah. So that's fun. Her mouth is moving there, isn't it? We can look. Yeah, her mouth is moving there. I think it's just like that the audio they're playing is out of sync with the footage that they're showing. I think that's it. I think that's it. But I don't think she's human. Or if she is human, or was human at one point, some of her bits have been replaced with mechanical parts. That's what it feels like. Though, okay. I know that the focus so far has just been on Sandrone and not this giant robot part, even though this robot is pretty badass. It's very, very strong if he can set up a barrier that blocks this thing. I want to talk about this thing in a minute, too. You hate your color palette? I'll hold your thoughts on the color palette. I might make you like it in a second. Because this is cool. This is cool. Because this robot appears to be at least partially autonomous. So I don't think the theory that this big robot is Elaine Guillotine is off the table just yet. It's very possible that both of them are siblings. Like the siblings, Elaine and Marianne Guillotine from the Narts Syncroids quest. Elaine or... I know I think people like to pronounce it Alan, but there's an I in there, so I'm going to say Elaine. So I don't think the Elaine theory is dead, but I do think it's more likely than not that both siblings might be alive, but and in different types of bodies. He's not using cryo, that's Archie. It does look like he's using Archie, or at least like some sort of similar... Hold on. Let's take a look here. I don't think... It's not cryo, you're right, because when we get to his hands and they open up... I'm going frame by frame. That's why it's super choppy right now. When his hands open up... Oh, well, actually, now that I look at it frame by frame, it seems like they're both glowing with the blue energy, which is like what happens when the gold and the violet Archie are brought together. Well, the Numa and Usia energy. The Pneumosia energy. It's been a while. It's been a while. We've been in phlogiston land for a long time. I thought this hand lit up gold instead, but actually it's just that he's collecting He's collecting golden energy between his palms. So never mind. He does look like he's running on complete Archie energy though. Like a complete pneumacia. Because that is the color that they take. They take on that Animo-esque color. It does sound like Alan in French. Well, I don't respect the French language, so it's fine. You thought Archie was restricted to Fontaine? I mean, yes, it's a natural power that is restricted to a degree in Fontaine, but if you charge up a robot with Archie energy, you should be able to allow it to leave the country, right? It's just that it only naturally manifests in Fontaine. I'm allowed to disrespect the French. I am French. Sort of. I mean, I'm American, but, you know, French heritage. I have a very, very, very small claim to Frenchhood. So I will disrespect the language. It's fine. Yeah, so I don't think the Elaine theory is dead. I don't think so. I think the jury's still out on that. We'll see. We will see. Soon, very soon. Rayeth, thank you for the super. What if I just build HMA inside of Wonderland? I wonder if you could. I guess the question about the Wonderland thing is whether or not they would allow you to use custom assets. Because right now it looks like it's just allowing you to use assets that are found in Genshin. It doesn't look like it's allowing you to use assets that you can import yourself. So if you wanted to do like the Pokemon aspect, you could probably only use Genshin monsters and enemies and stuff like that, and like the regular animals. I don't know if you could bring in regular assets. It doesn't say. I'm just making an assumption. Did they say you'd eventually be able to create your own assets? I feel like that's so dangerous. I feel like that's so dangerous. We know what happens when people create their own assets. Yeah, I don't know that they will. It just feels very unlikely. Oh, Flynn's is an interesting thing. We'll get there. We'll get there. Can we pause supers for a minute? There's things I want to talk about. Sci-Fi Games 2540, thank you for the super. Hello, sending this before work. Nothing to ask, but have fun. Also, I hope Flynn's is electromagnetic sovereign. But okay, you know what? Thank you. I know I said I just wanted to talk about Flynn's. We'll talk about Flynn's now. We'll talk about Flynn's now. Okay. Flynn's is interesting. I actually want to go to this one first. Yes, I know. I wanted to go to this little teaser that they put out for him first. Partly because this is like the most Lovecraftian shot I've seen in this game in ages. But I guess it doesn't really matter. I think they had the same thing in both trailers. It was just easier to see in this one because they slowed it down a bit. For one, his eyes are so bizarre from Genshin standards. Like, he looks like he has actual suns in his eyes, but no pupils. Which is very strange. But I know we keep saying Electro Sovereign kind of like, facetiously, a little ironically, you know? I don't know if it's like totally impossible. I think it's unlikely. But I don't think it's entirely impossible, if only because of this right here. Like, I know a lot of the Nod Cry stuff has, you know, I know that a lot of the Nod Cry characters have like moons in their attacks and stuff like that. And even Flynn's does. Like, you can see when he attacks and stuff, like he has these little like, it's moving too fast. He has these little crescent moons pop up and everything. Like, I get it, you know? But the thing is like this specific Triquetra that shows up right here, this is so very Nouvelette. that it is suspicious, right? Like, it's Nouvelette enough to be very suspicious. Let's see if we can get a good shot of him with it. I'm not quite sure where in the trailer this is. But usually when Nouvelette attacks, he also has like a triple moon symbol that appears, but also it's in his burst. Oh, okay. We'll wait. I don't remember where it is in this trailer. It might be easiest to see up here, actually, in this section. He also has all those threads. Those threads are also common in Flynn's stuff. There is some sketchy similarities that, I don't know. Come on. Where is your burst? Darn it. Nuvi, come on, buddy. Did I like pass it? I might have passed it. Okay, here we go. This is probably the best shot of it I'm gonna get. But this very specific variation of the triquetra, the triple triquetra ripple type thing. Flynn's doesn't have the hair horns though. I mean, he doesn't, but that's not, I don't necessarily think that's a you know, I don't think that's a deal breaker. Because all of the dragons are different, right? Like, Dvalin has feathers, right? I think you know, Nouvelette has the hair, quote unquote, horns or antenna, but I think that might be because he's more of a sea creature. Because like if you look at Skirk, she also has like she has one of those hair horns as well. And if you associate abyssal stuff with like watery sea creature kind of things, like it starts to make sense why she has those. She also has like the little Melazine wing fin type thing. So like I'm willing to write that off as a water thing, not necessarily as a, you know, dragon thing specifically. Right now, dragon things seem to be related to ears more than anything. But anyway, the point I was trying to make is that we do have several characters that like make triquetras and rings and stuff like that, but very few of them have this variation of it here. And it could just be because he's using a moon wheel and this is just the real symbol of the moon. And that's why it's showing up here. Or it could just be he's very suspicious. You know, the fact that we can probably infer that he's not human because he talks about looking at things through human eyes and stuff like that means he's probably not human. He's got a very different perspective on things. Like, we know that. We know that. But yeah, I'm not 100% convinced about a sovereign sort of situation. But, there's enough here to be suspicious. So. He might be possessed by something. He might. I mean, if you look at him, when he goes into this mode, he like almost, you know, he definitely looks very demonic. Like half of him does look like it's being possessed by something, either like the thing that's in his lantern or something. But could be possessed by a dragon spirit. Yeah, I mean, it could be. But this is overall, there's enough suspicious stuff going on with Flynn's to be like, maybe I should grab him. We'll see. But yeah, I know he's supposed to be like a crypt keeper kind. Oh, there is actually a good shot of the triquetra shot right here. And like I said, this could just be like a moon wheel thing. I didn't look very closely at Lalma's stuff. Yeah, see, there it is. There it is. But on this topic, on the topic of this thing, one thing I did notice, the other place that this particular version of the triquetra shows up is in Enkanomiya during that one Enkanomiya event where we had to go back to Enkanomiya. You guys remember that? If you guys were around back in, I think it was 2.6 or 5. Is that right? I think it was 2. Maybe it was 2.4. I don't know. It was like a version after Enka had just come out, and we basically helped someone who had been raised by bishops, and we collected 3 fragments of a pendant that had 3 snakes intertwined with each other, just like this. So, like, if we look at this little triquetra a little differently, remembering that the moons have been made by dragons, right? Then, you know, these little pointy bits become heads. They become heads, and these are the bodies of the snakes, all intertwined with each other, you know? The one with the alternate map? Yes, that one. And eventually Enjo happened. Exactly. Yes, 2.5. Okay, it was 2.5. I couldn't remember if it was like 2.4, 5, or 6. I knew it was somewhere in between there, like somewhere mid-cycle. Wasn't it applied that she was a bishop? She was a vassal of Orobashi, who was a serpent god. So she wasn't a bishop, but she did have like the blood or attributes of a snake god. So they're not like completely unrelated, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, so when I mention Enkanomiya, it's not just because that's the only other place that we've seen, not the only other place, but one of the most notable places where we've seen this symbol, and also might explain why this symbol takes this particular shape, because I wonder if we can find it really quick. I wonder if we could find it really quick. What was her name? Was it it wasn't Tsuki, it was it Sumi? I think, yes! Ha! I remembered. I wanted to see if we could find the necklace. Because I don't remember what the necklace was called. I don't remember what the necklace was called. Darn. But we got one fragment, and then we got the other 2, and it should be in here somewhere. Okay. Maybe it'll be on this page. Will it be in the gallery? Is that a fast way to find it? Probably not. Darn. Okay. Well, there's a reason I wanted to bring this up anyway. Do you guys remember what the name of the item was? Because I straight up don't remember what the name of the item was. Here it is. This is the pendant with 3 entwined snakes. You see it? Y'all see it? Yeah. Isn't that the Omni symbol all over the place? It is related to it. Like, the Omni symbol is the symbol when all of these 3 combine into one. So, actually, this is interesting because, now that you bring that up, in Inazuma, we learned that snakes and dragon are basically kin, right? They're related to each other. So, if we assume that the moons were made by dragons, which we basically have confirmation that they were, Nibelung raised the moons into the sky, so they were at least made by him. So moons, dragons. Okay. Now, the symbol of the moons appears to be triquetra-ish, 3 circles overlapping each other. Very similar to this one, which is 3 serpents overlapping each other. Matches with like the thing that we see with Flynn's. Matches the symbol we see with Nouvelette almost. It's a little bit different, but that's okay. It's close enough for my liking. It has enough of the variation for me to accept that as what it is. Then the triquetra symbol that we see being the omni-element symbol, like in TCG, for those of you who don't play... For those of you who don't play TCG, it occurs to me... I wanted to see the dice. I want to see the dice, but I don't know. Oh, well, actually, yeah, I don't know. Okay, well, whatever. It's basically Paimon symbol, but it's like rainbow-ish, right? I don't want to go looking for the dice. I don't know where it would be. But the thing is, right? If the omni-element symbol that we find in TCG is the triquetra, and the triquetra is the symbol that you get when these three moons overlap, and Kuvaki is the primordial elemental energy, then I will point out that Kuvaki actually means moon power or moon spirit. So if you use Kuvaki, and that's the power that drives moon wheels, basically, you're using moonlight or moon power, the light of the moons, spirit of the moons, power of the moons, in order to create elemental reactions. So it occurs to me that the moons themselves, when in unison, create the entire elemental system. So that becomes interesting because, let's see, Sissy. That becomes interesting because now we can go into color theory, right? Because here, here we could have the frost moon, the crimson moon, and the iridescent moon. And in the middle, you would get all of the colors. All of them. Isn't that neat? Kuvaki is just the original light system. I think that's pretty cool. Especially when, yeah, like you said, the dragons were originally from the light realm. So if you think of Nibelung as being like the embodiment of white light, right? A very, very raw form of elemental energy, then we could look at this as being like, well, I'm going to divvy up my authority or my white light into three primary colors, right? Red, green, blue. Those are the three primary colors of light. I don't know why I wrote subtractive. I meant actually looking at additive. Well, it's fine. It's fine. Don't look at that. It's okay. It's fine. You guys know what I mean. So then if he vanishes, then like they have authority over each one aspect, and they can only create, you know, reactions or other elements when all three of them are together. So like if you separate them, you're going to be in trouble, right? So you put them all together and you have like an omni power. So if you're wondering why like the four shades, for example, may have the triquetra on them, and they do, all but one of them anyway. Dun, dun, dun. It might be because they've divvied up the original powers of the moons. Straight up. Really might be that. How does Kuvaki fit in with Phlogiston Primordial Sea now that there are three? I think it works out okay, honestly, because how do I explain this? There can be multiple primordial forces of energy. Not all of them have to be directly related to the elements themselves, right? So when we look at phlogiston, for example, phlogiston is liquid knowledge, also known as, computronium. And it is also a type of light in some ways, but it's not a type of moonlight, right? So the way I see it, if you have like the primordial sea on one end of the light spectrum and you have phlogiston on the other end, then Kuvaki might be just a different spectrum entirely. Like think about this right here. Like we have additive color mixing and then we have subtractive color mixing. It's very possible that you have like primordial energies of the earthly realm, and then you have primordial energies of the heavenly realm. Maybe that's what they're going for. I'm not entirely sure, and I'm sure we're going to get more information on that later, but I think it can still work because, like, phlogiston wasn't, as far as I could tell, literally split into the element system itself. Although it's very possible it could have been. It's just that, like, it was the basis upon which the first Descender created the current system of elements. But keep in mind that there was a system of elements that existed before then, and I think that was the Kuvaki one, right? And we know this because, again, in Enkanomiya, we have the coral butterflies. These things used to okay, wait, it wasn't this one. Okay, it's not this one. Oh, where is this mentioned? I forget. All right, well, basically, these things were created to suppress the original order of the old world. And their job is to convert the rampaging elemental energies in certain areas. So if you think about them that way, then you could look at them as, like, trying to devour the old moonlight, right? Oh, it's because it's furnishing? Okay. Okay, here it is. Here it is. There's just a different description available. So they were once destroyers of the old order, only capable of lifting while concealed in the dark sea. So that's kind of like where that comes from. But they've been hinting at the fact that there was an older form of elemental energy, or at least like some other kind of energy, like way back in version 2. So, you know, that's not a surprise. I am glad to see them confirm that it was moonlight. And the fact that it is moonlight or moon power or whatever means that the moons themselves had different rules that they established, which is why you have lunar reactions versus the reactions that the first Descender decided to impose on the world. So it is also possible. It is also very possible that initially, because we know that the first Descender did extract the vows of the moons when they first arrived in Teyvat, so we know that the moons originally served the first Descender for a time. It's very possible that at first they were using the Kuvaki system of elements. That's how I'm going to refer to it from now on. I'm going to call it the Kuvaki or lunar system of elements. And then after the moons shattered, they then looked to phlogiston, which was the next, thing they had access to create an elemental system to replace it. Because the time period in which the moon shattered should have been around the same time that Enkanomiya should have sunk beneath the sea, among other things, right? So, moons were risen from the earth, though. Was there anything before that? There was Nibelung before that. So I mean, like, there's a lot of ways you could spin this. I don't know which one they're gonna go with. I think that's kind of what it comes down to. I don't know what they're actually gonna do with it. But Nodcry uses many Finnish words in their lore. Someone from Finland. It makes me very happy and excited. I am also excited because they're mixing in a lot of mythologies from a lot of Slavic regions. And that's really cool to me because sources on Slavic mythology and history are actually not easy to get or to even know where to start researching or anything like that. So especially in English. It's actually quite hard in English. So I think this is going to be really cool to see what they decide to reference and how much information we can pull from the threads that they give us. So that'll be cool. It'll especially be cool because Snezhnaya should also be pulling from a lot of Slavic sources. So it might be the case that we have 2 years to look into this area of mythology and folklore, which would be really cool. I think that's neat. Yeah, anyway. Okay, there was another reason why I was bringing up Enkanomiya, okay? Jesus. It's still the Three Realms Gateway Offering event that I wanted to bring up. I'm just, okay, hold on. I could go ahead and get the thing, but I won't. Oh, I could, though. I know where the video is. I could go get it. I don't know if I want to. But okay, first off, I don't know if you guys remember this, but the Dainichi Mikoshi, or the Helios, the sun, right, created these coral branches that were growing out of it, right? And I might have to go get the video, actually. Hold on. We might have to ping Dane and get the video because, give it a second, Dane is an old-fashioned hard drive. He's not a solid state. He's a spinning drive. So he takes a minute to boot up. Enkanomiya, but it is the Three Realms event, this one. Let us see if I can find the thing. I think I know which clip it is. I just don't know its number, but I know what the thumbnail looks like. Should be this one. Yeah, it's this one. And get to skip my shoddy platforming skills. And here we go. Okay. So after you activate this thing, the lights go back to this tree. 3 lights back to the tree. And then this tree puts out one of those giant gold glowing beams. And when I saw the thing that we had in Nod Cry, where is it? When I saw when I saw this cannon, I was like, wait a second. That looks way too much like what we had with the Enkanomiya Helios, right? 3 years worth of footage, 5 years worth of footage for 3 games. So, anyway. I have all the footage. I have it backed up on a Google Drive as well. Sometimes I lend people footage if they're missing it. But I don't like to lose footage. You really get one shot at some of these things, Anyway, so it just reminded me of this, and someone in chat, I'm sorry, the thing scrolled back and I don't know where it went. I know I built Helios from scratch. It's very possible, because the thing is as far as I know, as far as we know, really, it appears that Istaroth was the one who gave Abraxas the plans to build the Helios. Although Abraxas insists that he built it on his own, if you talk to his ghost. So, debatable, but it is possible for a human to build such a thing, because one of them did. So it's not impossible that Aino rebuilt a version of the Helios. Whether or not it says powerful is, remains to be seen. This Helios, as far as we know, was not made to be a weapon. So we don't know how much power it's capable of drawing. It was just meant to be a sun to illuminate the underground. But if you think about it, a sun is basically a giant nuclear reactor in a sky. So even if it's just being used to power some light bulbs, it's still very powerful. And even then, like, a light bulb can be quite dangerous if, you don't treat it with respect. Please respect electricity. I had an electrician come to my house this week, and it was so funny. I'm sorry to go on this tangent, but it was really, really funny. I'm installing a wall oven in my house. Very long story. I won't bore you with it. But essentially, he had to put in a new breaker box just for the wall oven because it needs to run on 220 and not 110. And so he was installing it, and he was moving around some of the wires in my existing box on that side of the house. And I look over, and then all of a sudden he touches one of the wires, and there's just sparks everywhere. And I'm just like, did you turn off the power? And he's like, no, I don't need to. Everything's insulated. I'm like, okay. All right, buddy. I'm not that confident in playing with not that confident in playing with my electricity that way. I can't do that. All I'm saying is I'm glad he did it in the section of the house that does not have wood floors, because I would have a lot of burn marks all over my floors. Yeah. Anyway, fun stuff. So, point being, interesting connection. Although, one thing I will say, since we're in... Oh, come on, Dane, catch up with me. Come on, Dane. You can do it, buddy. Like I said, it's the spinning drive. He takes a minute to boot up when I pause him. There is one other instance of this, which I thought was actually quite interesting in context here. I think it's this one. No, it's not. No, it's not. Is it 14? Is it 14? Is it 14? It is 14. Okay. So Yai actually did something similar. It's the same animations, it's the same particle effects, it's the same colors, and did I see that correctly? Oh no, okay, she has the 5-pointed thing. I thought I saw a triquetra for a second and it freaked me out. There wasn't. But if you watch, she does the same thing.
Do they really have to go?
But she was sending this energy up into the sky to send all the spirits of the yokai back to sleep, essentially. So, I have a whole thing about foxes and moons and things like that. And honestly, like, I'm still not over the idea that A is directly connected to one of the moons. And if Yai is like her familiar, then this whole thing becomes even more suspicious. Especially since they made Yai relevant in the trailers recently. So anyway, I just wanted to do that really quick while I'm still on my Enkanamiya thing. I am so far behind on supers, but yeah. Anyway, interesting stuff. Do I like Nod Cry? It's way too early to say whether or not I like Nod Cry, and like regardless of whether or not I do, I have long since made peace with the fact that regardless of whatever decisions Hoyo makes, I know there's going to be good lore in here. And the thing I enjoy first and foremost is exploration and lore. So whatever they decide to do is whatever they decide to do, and I'll just live with it. That's really where I landed. I think my opinions on Hoyo's decisions are just my opinions on Hoyo's decisions, and it's not like they make any difference. So I'll just enjoy the things I enjoy. But there's stuff to like here. And as long as they keep giving me interesting lore, especially if they give me dragon stuff, I'll be very happy. So, you know, good stuff. Did I don't remember where I got so sidetracked. I got real sidetracked there. Sorry. I had to get that off my, out of my system. Way out of my system. Anyway, good stuff. Good stuff. It's the same particle effects, everything. Like, they don't do that unintentionally. Okay, there actually is 2 other places where this got used. One of them is a cutscene I'm actually missing that I keep meaning to go back and get, and I just haven't. One of my files during the Inazuma Archon quest actually got corrupted, so I'm actually missing the entire fight with A. So there's a scene there. But also there's the Liwa scene. That one also... Come on, Dane. Catch up with me. Editing from a spinning drive is always really fun, can I just say. Always very fun. I know this isn't technically 1.1, but I think it was this one. Actually, hold on. I think it was this one. Yeah, it's this one. Isn't it? Yeah. I think it's this one. I don't remember the particle effects were for this one. Oh, this one's a little bit different. Never mind. This one's a little different. This one doesn't count. We'll ignore that one. Anyway. My opinion is valid too. Yeah, but like my opinion is on this whole thing from a business perspective. Not so and to some degree a storytelling perspective. Like there's one thing, for example, that really annoys me about Nod Cry so far, and it's specifically this. This is where the spaceship landed when Lumine and Ether first arrived into that. This annoys me because this reeks of a retcon. You know, either they retconned something or they have given us gross misinformation or at least given us some crazy red herrings about how the twins came to Teyvat and when they separated and all that kind of stuff. Like it's really bizarre to me, the idea that they first landed here. So like that bothers me. But that bothers me not because it's Nod Cry. It bothers me because it's a retcon, but like a really big one, which also makes me think that maybe they never intended for the spaceship to be a big thing. I don't know. Or they actually intended to make this originally in Snezhnaya and they landed on an island in Snezhnaya and they just decided to turn that island into Nod Cry. Like, I don't know. But because we know that they didn't even plan on making anything about Nod Cry until, you know, many years in, it just feels like a retcon to me. And that bothers me. But that's not really a Nod Cry issue so much as it's just retcons. You know, there's certain ways to do retcons that I don't mind, but this one has so many weird circumstances around it, right? Because like we know that we know that Conria summoned them, right? So the question is, did they summon them on the island of Nod Cry? And then only take one of the twins with them and then they just left the other in the spaceship? Is that what happened? Like, what? That's kind of where the disconnect happens for me. Because, like, if they landed in Conria and Conria found them, maybe they only found one twin in the spaceship. But, like, I don't know. There's something that I feel like they haven't told us that might make this make sense. But right now, it doesn't feel right. It feels like it conflicts with other information that we have currently. But we will wait and see. We will wait and see. You don't remember it being brought up until the Space and Time for You quest. It was, but it said that the twins arrived on a meteorite. So it wasn't called a spaceship by name. It was called a meteorite, which I think is still valid. That's the kind of retcon I don't mind, turning a meteorite into a spaceship. That makes sense to me. But this, you know, like Conria summons it, but there's both twins landed, but only one of them was here. But that's the thing. That's the thing that really gets me is like, when the traveler wakes up, they tell Paimon that, you know, the world around them was on fire, like everything was falling apart or whatever, like the cataclysm was completely underway, and they remembered Conria. But now they're saying, oh, when I woke up, I was in Nod Cry, and I'm like, well, you said you were in Conria. That's why you were looking for Conria in libraries for months after you woke up. What? Right? There's missing pieces here that I haven't reconciled, but not to be a Hoyo apologist, but if Conria is underground, then it makes little sense that they landed topside and then one of them may have been summoned to the underground realm. I mean, it doesn't make sense that there's a moon underground either, but there is. So, I don't know. If you also assume that this entire world is sealed off by a crazy cloud barrier, it also doesn't make sense that they even got here in the first place. So I don't know. You could also make the argument that a meteorite just went through the Earth and landed in Conria, and there's just like a big hole where the meteorite went through. So I don't think them being underground is really a reason to be like, oh, well, the meteorite can't land there. You can. It definitely can. There are ways. There are ways to make that work. You think up is up and down is down? I don't know. Hey, there's a reason they're labeled. Yeah. Anyway, have I seen the old CBT1 intro? You could extrapolate that the circle is a cryostasis spaceship pod. Yeah, yeah. I've thought about that too. It does have bars on it that make it look like a prison cell, though. Um, I have seen the CBT1. It's a bit more cryptic than people give it credit for, but there are some interesting things about it. Ray, thank you for the super. The way I read it is that they were summoned, woke up and Nod cried, tried to leave, opening cutscene, then got separated, and the traveler woke up in Mondstadt. That's what it sounds like now, but if you go back to the beginning of the game, they'd been searching for information on Conria for ages, but if they woke up in Nod Cry, they would have been looking for information like on Nod Cry for ages, not information on Conria. Because at the time, they didn't even have information on like what the name of the country was. I know that was a long time ago, but like it's there is a discrepancy there. There is a discrepancy there that I don't like. But like I said, that's not an issue with Nod Cry itself. It's just an issue with the way that Hoyo is presenting this aspect of the story that I don't like. Don't forget there were months between the start of the game and the traveler waking up. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Unless their hibernation chamber landed in Conria, but their spaceship landed in Nodcry. I mean, okay. You know what? If you want to put it that way, it is possible because the key that they have is not to the spaceship, it's to the hibernation chamber. So I guess it's theoretically possible that the spaceship landed in Nodcry. Conria harvested both hibernation chambers from the spaceship, brought them to Conria, hid one of them so that they could make use of the other twin. You know, sort of use it as leverage if they need be, or at least have a backup plan or something like that. That's possible. But I mean, it still feels weird to me if they, if they have a spaceship land in Nodcry and Conria still has to go and get one of them. Like there has to be a way for one of those, for the Abyss Twin to get to Conria because they didn't have any memories at the time. So like, that means they didn't wake up next to their twin. So they didn't wake up in the spaceship. Do you see what I'm saying? Like there's some issues with the way this is being presented. I'm not saying it can't work. I'm just saying they have not given us a cohesive story surrounding these events. And that's what bothers me. It's not, that the spaceship is in Nudcry. It's that fact is not congruent with other things that we know. And they haven't given us the tools necessary yet to piece that new bit of information together with everything else. That's it. That's all. That's all. Lens is clean. I can see again. There was so much drywall dust on my glasses. Holy cow. Anyway, maybe it's a trailer bait since we still don't have the entire that's what I'm saying is like this is like the one thing that really bothers me, and we're probably gonna get context for it because it's mentioned in the trailer, right? So like I'm withholding, like I can't say I'm withholding my opinion because I just gave you my opinion, but I'm withholding judgment on it until, we actually see how they try to stitch that together because they do feel like they're not congruent with each other. I don't like things that are not congruent. Do not like the things that are not congruent. I know I have other supers to look at, but Apple Bears, thank you for the super. I agree with you. It's a strange retcon feeling. Hopefully Hoyo will still give us a good story that makes sense. I think they have the ability to tie it all together, right? I think they have the ability to tie it all together. We are lacking so much information right now. We'll get there. No problems there. Anyway, sorry. I got so sidetracked. Koliud, thank you very much for your super. I'm sorry it took a while to get there. I'm a yapper. That's what happens. I am so excited for Colombina lore now that we have just a little more information on her. I'm curious as to how her relationship with the Fatui will escalate. I'm also wondering if they planned to make her a moon from the beginning, or if that's also a convenient retcon. I don't know. That one I'm less certain about because they gave her so much more room for changes. But I will say I do like the direction they're taking with her because it does make her more ambiguous in ways that I think are really beneficial, right? Because like if Colombina's wish is to return to the moon, then obviously she would align her allegiance to anyone who could assist her in getting back to her moon. So I think that's cool. I think that's interesting. I will point out though, you know that whole thing about Colombina glitching in the other trailers? I was thinking about that in terms of you guys remember that one theory I made a while ago with the computer moon looms? I was thinking about that again, and if she's trying to return to her moon, then it really does seem like she's like the pilot of her Eva. You know what I mean? Like if the moon is her Eva, then she's the pilot and she needs to be like connected to it. That does feel interesting to me as a plot device. I'm very interested in that aspect. And now you're even more confused on the ranking of the Harbingers because what do you mean Dottore and Capitano are possibly stronger than a literal moon? Yeah. Yeah, that's one reason why I was like, I wonder if they also retconned Colombina, but like in a convenient way. I do wonder about that. I mean, I'm not mad about it. I think it's a neat direction to go with her. I do like that idea, but a failed moon though, or an unborn moon, like she wasn't finished. You know. Moon is her dead mother. I mean, it could be. It could be. It very well could be. It could also be that Nibelung thought he would raise 4 moons and decided in the end to only raise 3. So, not done cooking. Yeah, she got to go back in the baby microwave. She needs to cook more. Got to go back in the baby microwave. Got to warm up. Got to warm up. Got to finish. I'm making a prediction that we give her the spaceship to go back to the moon. Thank you for the super again, by the way. Yeah, do you guys remember in the last teaser trailer that they showed where the Fatui were like building those metal barriers around the statues of 7? And I was just like, that kind of looks like they're about to launch her into space. I don't necessarily think that's actually what they're going to do with those. It does seem like they're trying to harvest her energy instead. Or at least try to figure out how her authority works so they can replicate it. But I think the idea of rocket to the moon makes sense, especially when you remember one of Hoyo's very first games was called Fly Me to the Moon. I think it would be pretty fun. Colombina's Sputnik. You know, it is interesting that the Kuvaki energy of this area appears to have, magnetic effects. I do think that's interesting. Because on one hand, you could argue that like phlogiston could be, I don't know, thermodynamics. You could argue that the primordial sea could be fluid dynamics. You could argue that the Kuvaki could be either electromagnetic or strong force versus weak force, that kind of stuff. You could make this about physics if you really wanted to. There's some fun ways to do that, which I think could be fun. Interesting that she just left the Fatui before we even saw her in the Fatui trailer. Uh, yeah. I have some unformed opinions on that. They're like not quite shaped. Maybe she was created last among the Moon Sisters would explain the glitchiness and possible mourning attire. Yeah. Yeah. Also, I said this in the last preview trailer, but because we can now, or not preview trailer, my last live stream where we kind of like broke down all of the Nod Cry trailers and stuff that had just come out. I had said that if she's a dragon, right? Assuming that, you know, the moons are draconic creations and stuff like that, then the fact that she has her eyes closed all the time is actually quite meaningful because hold on. Idiom, that's what it's called. Oh my god, go away. This one. This one, this one, this one. Here we go. This story here is the one I think about when I think of her with closed eyes. Because in this story, it says that this guy painted the eyes of dragons. And the dragons weren't finished until he painted the eyes. Like the eyes were the last piece he painted. So this saying to draw a dragon and dot in the eyes is used to describe a work that is one step from perfection or to put the finishing touches on it. So if you, the last thing you make on a dragon are its eyes, right? You paint its eyes and that's when it's complete. The fact that Colombina never opens her eyes is another indicator that she's probably not complete, right? So that I like, especially because, oh, this is so long ago. Can we find it again? It might actually be faster to find it in my folder instead. Through the Eyes of a Dragon, I think is what it's called. Yes, this one. You know, when we do this one, when Zhongli was carving a magnificent work of craftsmanship out of, you know, what he found of Ajdaha, the last thing he did here was bestow eyes upon him with which to see the world, right? So that's kind of my take on Colombina, because it was this moment when he gave him eyes that Ajdaha came back to life, essentially. So that's my thing on that. If that's the meaning for the eyes, what's the meaning for the cosmic high heels? Fashion. Fashion. Just fashion. It could also be symbolic of the status of the three moons. Two were supposed to have been destroyed, maybe blinding the third sister in the process. It could be. It very well could be. What's my opinion on the devs saying they're trying to build Genshin as a separate universe from the other games? I don't remember them saying that, but if they did say that, could you provide a timestamp? Because it's like a 2-hour special program, and I don't want a scrubby slide for it. Oh, this is playing in the background. That's my bad. You don't know if anyone's mentioned this yet, but Aurora's supposedly or supposed to be singing in place of Colombina. Her dress in the music section has like these eyes on it like a biblical angel. Yeah, I love her dress. It's so cool. We'll get to her later. We'll look at the lyrics and stuff because those lyrics are actually really neat. Was that a mole digging through stone? They can dig through any ground. They can dig through water. I don't remember them saying that, but I mean, it was a long live stream and it was in Chinese, so it's very possible that they said that. Also, keep in mind that the English live stream is different from the Chinese live stream, which is different from the Japanese live stream. So it's very possible that some of this information could come from a different language live stream, and I just wouldn't know. I only watched this one. So, yeah. Okay. Back to my supers. Also, stop sending me supers.
I'm so sidetracked already.
Okay. My dude, please forgive me for not saying your name. I don't know if it's supposed to be a key smash or a word in a language that I will disrespect by trying to word this, but it is spelt, and I'm going to say this for everyone's benefit. It is spelt GRZEGORZBRZECZYKIEWIZ 5880. I can't say that. I will offend someone. Okay. I was just looking at Llama before we get to that thing real quick. I was looking at her, and Llama does actually have the same triquetra pattern on her floor, on her like field, as Flynn's does. It has the little hook diamond bits at the end. So I'm going to assume that makes Flynn's a little bit less suspicious, and it means that this is just literally the correct symbol of the moon. Like the actual symbol of the moon. And that is because they both use moon wheels. I'm going to say that. That's what I'm going to, yeah, okay. Anyway, back to that name that I can't say. I'm so sorry, but I'll offend somebody. I wonder if the name of the version Luna 1 is any indicator, as it was a Soviet probe to study the moon and first satellite to break Earth's gravity. Yes. I think that's part of the reason why it makes sense for Colombina to be wanting to return to her moon, wherever it might be. I think the Luna 1 is a pretty good indicator of that. Although, I mean, it means we're going to have a Luna 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 at least. So I don't know if there's just a reference for Luna 1 or if we're going to have a reference for all of them. I don't know how many Lunas there were. I have no idea. In fact, we could look. Oh, there's up to 9. What? Look at that. There was up to 9. Or at least there is a 9. There's a Luna 9. So, I don't know if this is related to Luna 1. I don't know a lot about Luna 1. Okay. So, there must be Lunas. Oh my god, there are so many. There are so many. Look, there are so many. How many are there? Okay, there's 28. Allegedly, there are 28. Wow, that's a lot. This one's in 2030. Okay, well, never mind. I guess Luna 1 can be a reference all the way through the patch cycle. Oh, that's funny. 4 years of Nod Cry. That would be so funny. That would be so funny. Like, hey guys, yeah, by the way, we're gonna delay Snezhnaya for 3 more years. Nod Cry has 29 more islands you gotta explore. That's super funny. Okay, well, anyway, I think that's cool. Look at this one. What a funny little guy. These are quite funny. Anyway, cool stuff. Cool stuff. Very cool stuff. Hold on, I was trying to. I saw a comment and then it vanished. I laugh, but they say they want to keep Genshin going as long as they can, and they will. The only thing, like, okay, I don't want to get off topic. I'm not going to spend much time on this, but I think the biggest reason that they're doing UGC is because they're trying to capitalize on Roblox players, and they're trying to bring them into this space, and it's a much longer term play, in terms of like the longevity of the game and of the company as a whole, because traditional gamers are aging out of the space at this point. The game industry and the audiences in general, like the demographics, are shifting right now. So these sorts of decisions make a lot of sense to me from that perspective. And if they want it to keep it going that long, they're going to have enough appeal to younger audiences, because I don't think people will play a game for 20 years straight. I think the era of that is over. So if you want to keep this game going, you're gonna have to, create some new draws to it. Especially because when it comes to live service games, you're always gonna have like a sharp rise in the beginning, and it might take a while to hit your peak, but eventually you will peak, and then you will begin a slow decline. And the age, or like the duration a live service game can continue service, is completely dependent on how well the company can slow down that descent. So the way I see it, adding UGC is a way for Hoyo to not just slow the descent, but to create another peak and then start at a different point of descent. Does that make sense? And if they're fortunate, they might actually be able to plateau instead. So that's kind of how I see it. It's pretty risky. It's a risky move, especially in this current landscape of gaming, because gaming is changing, and I have my own thoughts on that, but it's not really relevant to what we're doing right now. But you don't want another HI3 moment where a lot of player base left. Yes. And that this was actually part of my critique of them pulling a nod cry now. It had to do with the fact that I felt like it would have been smarter for them to push the sort of deep lore that we would get in Nod Cry until after Snezhnaya, as sort of like a prelude to bolster player base numbers before starting into Genshin 2. Or like the second chapter of the Genshin, whatever they're trying to do with it, right? Like that was kind of where I was coming from. Like I said, it was really more of like a business thing, a strategic thing, but I guess they wanted to put it here for reasons I still don't quite understand. Like I get it from a lore perspective, storytelling perspective, like I understand why they're doing it for that reason, but like there's other aspects to it that from a business perspective, I don't follow their logic yet. And I'm still looking for some sort of sign that will give me some clarity on where their head is at. Because I still don't quite get it. But, I also don't have the full scope. I don't know their numbers. I don't know their goals. I don't know their structure. Like there's a lot of unknowns in my case. So it doesn't necessarily mean my opinion's right on that, but that is kind of why I'm looking at the UGC a little bit skeptically. And when we talk about running a game for 20 years, like that's a lot. I mean, Genshin's changed a lot in 5 years. That's how long it's been. It's been 5 years. I mean, how actually, sorry, I don't mean to go on a tangent here, but how, when did Pokemon come out? 1996. Okay. That was a long time ago. I mean, that puts Pokemon well over 20 years old. I don't know if this was the first game or like the first part of the series. I think it was. I think it was. Oh, this one says 1998. I don't know. Okay, somewhere in the late 1990s when this game first came out. I don't remember if there's any sort of media that predates this, but that means the Pokemon franchise is at least 20 years old. And if you think about how much this franchise alone has changed in 20 years, that's quite telling. You know? Red, Blue, Green was first game. I remember that, but I don't remember if there was any like other media before then. Like I don't remember if there was like a manga that predated this or I don't know, like a series of like prototype toys. Like I don't know if there was something that predates this that led to this game or if this game launched all. I don't remember. I don't remember the history of it. For the record, this game franchise is still not older than me. So, I mean, I was in middle school when I first played Pokemon Red, and I found the game on an airplane. So it was new then. Give you some context here. So I just want to put some I just wanted to put some context into like how long 20 years is in the life cycle of a game cuz that is a long long time. Like for additional context, The Legend of Zelda as a franchise is as old as me. Okay? And that game has changed significantly since its start. It's been through like a lot of shifts and changes, not just graphically or mechanically, but just like in terms of goals, in terms of patterns, in terms of how you play it. And it's not nearly the type of franchise that Pokemon is. I really do feel like Hoyo tries to build more of a Pokemon-ish franchise, but that's, a separate topic. I am not an old Gen X. I am a millennial. Thank you very much. 20-year-old game, World of Warcraft. Yeah, Warcraft is an anomaly, okay? There are not many games that can pull a Warcraft. And I don't think you could even pull a Warcraft in today's day and age. I really don't think you can. Interestingly, I know I'm going way off topic and I need to get back to lore, but if you look at younger gamers today, a lot of them don't identify themselves as someone who plays video games or like a gamer in general. Like that's not part of, their hobby identity, so to speak. They identify themselves as someone who plays Roblox or someone who plays Fortnite. They don't identify themselves as someone who just plays video games, right? So it's a shifting landscape. And that's why I don't think you can really have another instance where you have something like a Roblox where you have another thing like a Warcraft happen. Like I think that was the Genshin of its time, so to speak. And Hoyo has to be very careful about how they proceed going forward because the landscape's shifting. And if they want to hold on to, what they have, then they're going to have to, pay very close attention to what's going on around them. So that's kind of like why I think UGC is going on and that kind of stuff. So, anyway. Maybe that's why they keep asking about playing gaming preferences in the surveys. Yeah, probably. I mean, it is a good thing for them to ask about player gaming preferences because, like, Genshin is such an everything game. Like, from mini games to, UGC to combat to exploration to story content. Like, trying to figure out what your players play your game for is very important in general. And you're always going to be having changes in who's playing your game. Some people will drop it. Some people will pick it up, some people will shift the way they play the game. Like I have, I've really stopped caring about end game modes I've forgotten to do Abyss for 2 cycles in a row now. Just straight up forgot. I was just like, oh, wait, I'm somehow back on floor 9. Oops. So, oh, TCG, rhythm game. Yeah, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so anyway, it's, you get the idea. I didn't mean to get that off topic. It's just something to keep in mind. Hoyo is preparing for a massive drop in players, and they're trying to mitigate it best they can. But I mean, when it comes to live service, it's just inevitable. Like Warcraft doesn't have as many players as it did at its peak. It just doesn't, and it won't. It's like it just won't. It's not a game that appeals to a lot of the, players they would be wanting to onboard at this time, like long-term players. It just, people who do play Warcraft have always played Warcraft. They don't really have new people starting to play Warcraft. It doesn't matter how many ads they pump out. They're not going to get those numbers. They're just not going to hit them. It's not going to happen. It's not the kind of game that people want to play these days. So, did I see the new Pokemon game coming out? Yeah, we talked about it earlier. A bit. Anyway, that's my bad. I didn't mean to go off on a tangent. I never do. Always ends up happening anyway. That's okay. Jesus. Anyway, Nox's 3734. Thank you very much for your super. Greatly appreciated. Please, Hoyo, give me the Narts and Kreutz crumbs with that big automaton. Yes, I agree. Greatly agree. Greatly agree. Can I go off topic for a second? I don't have too much more to add there. We already talked a lot about Elaine and Marianne and stuff like that. But like, I really feel like Elaine has to be alive in some respects, just because Marianne is dead. So like, in order for Marianne to be Zendrone, Elaine has to exist in some capacity, right? Like he just kind of has to. So like, I'm almost looking at this as like a sibling, thing going on. Maybe the remnants of Elaine help out Zendrone or something along those lines. I don't know. Maybe he created a robot version of Zendrone and then he died and then she created a robot version of Elaine. It could happen, I have a small bone to pick. And this is not a bone to pick. I'm sorry. That's not a good way to put this. I cannot find a single object on Nefer's body that looks like a vision or a moon wheel. I've looked. I have tried to find every shot of her that's out there. And I mean, we've seen her front, we've seen her back, we've seen her headpiece, we've seen her legs and thighs and feet and hands, and there's nothing that looks like a moon wheel or a vision on her anywhere. And I've been trying to figure out if she has a Sumeru vision or if she has a Nodcry moon wheel. That's what I want to find out. I want to see her moon casing. Her vision casing, or moon wheel casing, whatever, right? I don't think she has one. I don't. And if she doesn't have one, then that lends a lot of credence to the idea that she could be a Jinn or Jinn adjacent. So that I like, because it does look like Jehoda. You can't see it in this shot, but she has a vision on the back of her hat, like between her braids. So it's on her back. No, it's not. It's not. It's a diamond on her back. I looked. It's not on her back. I swear to God, it is not on her back. We've seen her back. It's not on her back. I'm gonna prove it. I'm gonna prove it. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. I mean, if someone finds a timestamp where you can see it, please send it to me, because I've looked and I haven't found it. But like, even in these scenes, when she pops up, no vision or moon wheel, visible anywhere, not on her person. And you can say like, oh, it's on her back, but we're going to see in a second that it's probably not on her back. Because what part of this looks like a moon wheel? There's no part of this. None. Zero. I don't know. I don't think this tiny little thing is a moon wheel. If so, that would be the smallest vision of anybody in the entire game. And so far, right now, Xiao has the smallest vision out of anybody in the entire game. So unless you want to argue that it's this thing on her hip, which I don't think it is, because I'm pretty sure this is almost already diamond shaped because you can see this in some other shots. You can see the other side of her hip in some other shot of the new stuff. And like, I'm pretty sure it's not this. So I mean, if she's got a moon wheel or a vision, please tell me where it is. Look at the earpiece again. I'm pretty sure it's not the earpiece. Because like, yes, they're small, but they have very specific they don't have dendro symbols in them. You see, they're just lines. They're just lines. She's not like Yai. Both sides have just lines in them. This just happens to be the best shot of her. You think she uses Aramite elemental technology? Remember that Aramites don't use visions? That's possible. Whether or not she's a Jinn or using Aramite tech doesn't matter to me so much. But I'm looking for the actual vision on her body, and I can't find it. Cannot find it. But also the fact that her headphones or headpieces look so much like the little feather that Nouvelette has in his hat, and where is... Okay. And Anepha's headpieces, right? They also remind me of Anepha's headpieces, if you guys look like up here in the corner. If we think of, dragons as having pointed ears because they're eldritch beings, and eldritch means elven-like, eld-like, right? Then, Nefer having those very specific or earpieces is a little bit suspicious. What if her cat is the vision? I would feel like their cat being the vision would be a similar situation to like Fischl and Oz, right? And Fischl is still wearing her vision. It's not on her back. It's not on her back. If you send me a screenshot of where you can see it on her back, then that would be awesome. But like, when you look at the image we have of her, when we can see her back, this is way too tiny to be a little vision. It's way too small. Way too small. Way too small. And I look, this is the only symbol we have of her from behind. Symbol. This is the only shot we have of her from behind. Since when did Eldritch associate with being elven? Oh, you didn't know this. It means eld-like. Its roots comes from I'm going to say this wrong. But yeah, like historically speaking, Eldritch, Eld here being referenced to weird, creepy, but also as in elf, because elves and the Fae were also related to the weird, WYRD, and those were considered like the supernatural things, you know, like the forces of the supernatural. So when we say eldritch, we are usually talking about like eldritch abominations, like Lovecraftian horror type things, right? But historically speaking, etymologically speaking, it actually refers to things that are supernatural like, or things that are like the fae, like the elves, like the fairies, like the, you know, like those sorts of things. So when I say it's elf means elf-like, it literally does. So
Anywho,
when you hear me say that, that's what I mean. Could phlogiston, Kuvaki, primordial seawater fit together like the Kelvin light scale? Yes. We talked a little bit about subtractive light and additive light earlier. Can you send a link to the supposed Nefer vision? You can, so long as the link goes to something that does not reference a leak. So if someone like ripped a model or something, don't send a link to that. You can send a link to if someone managed to get like a super high resolution screenshot of her back or something, and you can actually make something out with, you know, like a reasonable amount of pixels in some official material, then sure, yeah, go ahead. Oh, you want me to look on Discord? Oh, fine. Fine, fine, fine. I that is I don't I'm okay. Maybe that is the smallest pixel. Like, can you spare some pixels, please? I don't know, man. Am I skeptical? Yes, because that is so, so, so small. That would be the smallest vision in the whole game. Literally the smallest vision in the whole game. I'm not convinced. No, I'm not. It's so tiny. It's so tiny. It's so tiny. It's not small, it's a good vision. It's tiny, dude. It's so tiny. It's so tiny. I can't show it. I'd have to open up Discord. I don't want to open up Discord. It's so tiny. They're trying to say that this tiny little thing, that's her vision. You know, visions are like the size of people's hands, right? Like, typically. Like, Wanderer's is literally the size of his whole hand. Zhao has the smallest vision, and it's the size of a very large wristwatch. This thing is so small. Can it still be one? Sure. Like, it's possible. But if it is, that is the smallest vision in history. Straight up. Straight up smallest vision in history. Put the video on 180 and pause just on the first frame just before the blur. You can't. Okay, it starts out on a blur. So that's not helping. It's still super small. Look how tiny that is. It's so small. What the hell is 1080p premium anyway? What is this? What is this nonsense? Enhanced bitrate? Oh my god. Spare me. Spare me. Anyway. I didn't mean to make that as big of a thing as it was. I still don't think that's her vision. If it is, that's fine. But I want to know if it's a moon wheel or if it's a Sumeru vision. Because, like, the thing about Nefer, the reason why this is bothering me so much and the reason why I'm getting hung up on it, this is technically in the live stream trailer, but, like, since we're here, hold on, let's make sure I don't stutter. Okay. Since we're here, when you go into Nefer's office, right, everything in Nefer's office is Sumeru themed. From the rugs to her table settings, like, everything is Sumeru themed. So, like, she's definitely from Sumeru. And unless she's Wanderer-esque in that she got a vision from a place that she's not from, then she should have a Sumeru vision, not a moon wheel, right? But then the question gets raised, like, if she has a Sumeru vision, is it possible that you can have both a Sumeru vision and a moon wheel at the same time? Like, can you be a Sumeru vision user but have it be powered by Kuvaki? Does that make sense? That's what I'm curious about. That's the reason why I'm hung up on it. Because I want to know, because she's like like, we know that Alice, for example, has a Mondstadt vision, right? But, like, I know, for example, has a Nod Cry vision casing, but she has a vision. She doesn't have a moon wheel. But Flynn's and Lauma both have moon wheels and Nod Cry vision casings. So I'm trying to figure out the relationship between the vision casing, whether or not it's a moon wheel or a vision, and, like, is there a correlation? That's what I was trying to figure out. That's what I want to know. I don't like the idea of a vision cat. Okay, first off, Wanderer is a cat. So don't tell me that. Also, I really like that cat. It's very pretty. Yeah, anyway. We're going to stalk Nefer in the Archon quest. Show us your vision! I mean, Wanderer got a vision in Sumeru, and Ifa got her Moonwheel vision in Natlan. It's true. It's possible. I feel like she would already have... I feel like someone like Nefer would already have a vision, though. It's like Chiori having an Inazuma vision casing since she's in Fontaine. Right. That's what I mean. Like, I'm wondering if they'll give Nefer, like, access to lunar reactions. And if they give her access to lunar reactions, does that mean she has to have a Nod Cry vision? That's what I'm wondering. That's what I want to know. But Aino also has the Triquetra thing in her attacks. Yeah, I don't know, but she's still labeled as a vision user. She's not labeled as a moon wheel. She's labeled as a vision. It's weird, I know, but, like, here, I'll show you. Oh, I might have to... I don't want to go to Twitter. I want to go to Twitter. There we go. This one. If you look at her Twitter or her Hoyo forum post thingy, it straight up says that Aino has a vision specifically. She does not have a moon wheel. So even if she has the Triquetra patterns in her attacks, like, I don't know what the relationship between those are. You know what I mean? And they didn't say she did lunar reactions in the stream, did they? I kind of skipped over her attack patterns because, yeah. Anyway, that was my whole thing. I was trying to figure out whether or not Nefer would have access to lunar reactions. That was basically it. And whether or not that had a relationship to the Nod Cry vision casing versus, like, a Sumeru vision casing. Because, like, I'm wondering if, like, say, Alice, for example, I wonder if she could have a Mondstadt vision casing, but be using, like, a moon wheel gem and have access to lunar reactions. That would be interesting. Because, like, a lot of... We don't actually have that many Nod Cry characters, if you think about it. Right? Like... Varka, Alice, and Durin should all have Mondstadt visions. That's 3 of the characters we're getting that are not from Nodcry. So that would mean that either those 3 don't have access to looter reactions, which would be kind of weird to do in a new region when you're trying to like make that your gimmick for the region. You know what I mean? So I was trying to figure out if there's a relationship. That's all. It is very possible that visions and vision casings are kind of determined independently. Like, for example, perhaps moon wheels can be granted to anyone, but the vision casing is determined by wherever you consider to be home. So if Anefa considers Nodcry to be home, she gets a Nodcry casing. If Aino is granted a vision from, say, like A, right, from the Raiden Shogun, then she would still consider Nodcry to be home, so she would have an Electro Vision with a Nodcry casing. Does that make sense? Like, I was trying to figure out that relationship. So my theory about vision casings is that the ones you get are correlated to wherever your heart considers home. So like Toma, for example, is from Mondstadt, but he considers Inazuma to be his home. So Inazuma is his vision casing. That's kind of where I'm at with that. Same with Bennett, right? Bennett has a vision, considers Mondstadt to be home, even though he is from Natlan. So like that kind of thing. Razor could be a similar sort of thing. Because we don't really know technically where he was from, but okay, wait, hear me out. If she's old enough to have been alive since before the moons fell, she could probably use Kuvaki while being from any region, right? Same could go for Alice. That is possible. It is possible that the witches, for example, all of the Hexen Circle, the so-called magic they know might just be a means to leverage Kuvaki from anywhere. And perhaps from moons that aren't Colombina, right? That's possible. So I think that's something interesting to keep in mind. To be honest, why is vision casing even a thing lore-wise? Nouvellette can influence the casing by giving Farina's casing fangs. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there has to be a reason for it. And it is infuriating that we are 5 years in and not even vision lore, but Hoyo won't even give us vision casing lore. I feel like giving us vision casing lore is so much less consequential than just giving us vision lore, don't you think? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Do you think we'll ever see super chats again? I'm getting to them. So rude, little jibster. So rude. Idiot Akko, thank you. Oh, you changed your name. Oh, no, you didn't. I just can't read. That's okay. I read it right the first time, and then I second guessed myself. Anyway, thank you for the super. Hey, just dropping by to say hi. I'm currently out and about, so I'll catch your VOD later. Enjoy the stream, and I'll catch you next time. I almost said bye-bye for now out of sheer habit. I am cooked in the wrong ways. Absolutely the wrong way. Oh, Jesus. But yes, thank you. Hopefully we'll see you in the VOD. This is me from the past saying hi to you, the future. Icarus, thank you for the super. Greatly appreciated. It says there should be a lore Discord server for real. Yes, there should be, which is why there is one. I see immediately after you did the super chat that you also became a channel member. Thank you for that. As a channel member, you can connect your Discord account to your YouTube account. When you do that, you get access to this channel's lore server. The channel membership thing is just like a filtration method to make sure that we keep out bots and scammers and things like that so that my mods don't hate me for all the work they have to do, and that we're moderating real people, essentially. So once you connect your account to the Discord, you do not lose access to the Discord if your membership expires. So if you happen to get a membership through a gifted membership, then take advantage of it. You know, it's basically just a prove you're human CAPTCHA type thing. So yeah, you should join. Although I will say, as a quick caveat, sometimes YouTube and Discord take a couple hours to like sync up with each other. And I don't quite know why. I haven't quite figured that out yet. So if it doesn't work immediately, you might have to just wait anywhere from 1 to 4 hours before it'll actually like sync and then work again. It just depends on when you hit it in their like synchronization cycle thing. As far as I can tell anyway. So don't get discouraged if it doesn't work the first time. Sometimes it just takes a couple hours to work up. So my mods don't hate me, she says, after calling me rude. I mean,
You know, it's fine.
we saw Alice's vision casing, didn't we? Yes, she has a Mondstadt vision, but the outlying question is whether or not she can use Kuvaki, essentially. Yeah.
Astrophysics, I see you.
I know it's 9:08 p.m. EDT because you live in the same state I do, but thank you for the super. I know what time it is. I see the supers. It's just the longer ones I can't just stop mid-thought and respond to. I'm sorry. I'm working on it.
Slowly but surely, I'll get there.
Anyway. Oh, I remember when this one popped up and I meant to come back to it and then I didn't. This was back during when we were talking about the Economia stuff. Creatrix Tiara, thank you for this super. Moonlight is just reflected sunlight. What and where is the sun in Genshin? That would be, in my opinion, Nibelung. Right? That makes sense. It makes sense for the sun to pass on their authority to the moons. So if dragons are from the light realm, then the original dragon that would have been born alongside the world and also be from the light realm would be the embodiment of light itself, which should be the sun, in theory, right? And so if he then passes on his authority to the moons, then that's like sunlight being passed to the moons, generating moonlight. So that makes sense to me, you know? That's how that goes. So the sun is Nibelung's corpse. I mean, the sky isn't real. In Genshin, the current sky is not real. So, like, the sun is missing. And also, Nibelung is missing. So, you know, it's a thing. Lore-wise, the realms make it so confusing at times. Yeah, I mean, there's some issues where it comes to, like, Void Realm versus Light Realm versus Earthly Realm, because it's hard to tell if they're talking about things philosophically or if there's like 3 dimensions or if there were 3 planets that collided. Like it's just hard to tell at times what they're referring to. My hope is that because we're working with Kuvaki, and it's very possible that the Kuvaki is directly referring to moonlight, that we might get more information on the light realm. So hopefully with more information on the light realm and exactly what they mean when they talk about it, because we can make a lot of inferences, you know. I've referred to the light realm as being like one of the Pure Lands from Buddhism. I've been thinking about it that way. They think they're so clever by blurring this out, don't they? I think they're so clever. I forgot what I was talking about. Oh, I was thinking it was kind of like the Pure Realms from Buddhism or something like that. But it's just really hard to know for sure until they give us something. Because like there's only so much information you can extract from like, how do you put this? From an allegorical story, like a myth or a legend, you know, because like the truth gets a little bit twisted. It gets a little poetic, becomes a little bit obscured. So it's kind of just hard to say. Wait. Does that mean Teyvat is a rogue planet? Oh, I'm going to regret this, aren't I? What is a rogue planet? I don't actually know. A free-floating planet. Yeah, actually. That would make sense. I guess I should have just interpreted that from the fact that it was called a rogue planet. That would, yeah. Right. That is possible. That is possible. As you mentioned that, I am reminded of, is it this or this? No, it's the animated. Where was the animated? This one. I was reminded of this because if we look here, there are no suns. There's some distant stars. This was Skirk entering Tevat, and she's in the depths of space, and we never get a shot of the sun, I don't think, or do we? We get a shot of like a red light, but this seems to like be implied that it might be Sertology instead, because like of the way it's talking. It's hard to say if that's also supposed to be a sun, because it looks like we're just floating in some red nebula somewhere in space. Is there a sun? Do we ever see one? Oh, we see one way far away. Okay, there is one. There is one. There is one. There is one. It's way over there. Way over there. It could be that Tevat is moving away from the sun, like the sun can no longer hold on to its gravity. But anyway, when we talk about like inside a planet, that kind of stuff, like when we splice those sentences out of order, and it's going to be a fun game of Mad Libs. When we talk about like dragons and stuff inside of the planet, we're also talking about this somewhat metaphorically, not necessarily as a cosmic body, but it is possible. Like if you look, there is no planet visible. There's just like this portal, and then you enter a quote unquote planet in here. But like this on the outside, it's just like a screen, you know? Like it's not like it's just a sea. So you could argue that this is a free floating planet and that there's a sun way over there and the gravity just can't reach it because it's like pulled into a totally different dimension. So not like a true rogue, but you know. How would that work? Because the planet would have to be close enough to get warmth and stuff, and we don't freeze. Okay, so this tells me that you don't play Star Rail. So you might not be familiar with Hoyo, what Hoyo is trying to do. Hoyo plays with planetary bodies of varying structures, both real and theoretical. So the one that we're currently visiting in the current arc of Star Rail is called Amphorius, and it looks like an infinity sign, right? But it's actually not even a real planet. It's technically a big mechanical, it's just a big computer satellite floating in space. And then inside of that satellite, partly through an alternate dimension, but also sort of like inside of its circuits at the same time. It's very confusing. I'm still confused about the actual structure of it, to be honest with you. Because it has to be a real place, but it's also like a simulation inside of this computer satellite that's floating in space. But like it doesn't, as far as I know, have an orbit around a sun. It exists sort of like half hidden in a way where it's not accessible to the outside world typically. It's like almost in a semi-parallel dimension without having to go into the mechanics of how the Star Rail universe works. So this isn't impossible for Hoyo. We don't really have to think about this so much in terms of real planetary science because they are definitely adding in a layer of theoretical possibilities. So it's a holodeck. Ish. Kind of. We need a Discworld on the back of 4 elephants riding on the back of a giant space turtle. We had Penacony, which was technically a is it called an Alderson disc? Yeah, it's an Alderson disc. Penacony was an Alderson disc, which is like this giant flat, ring, literally a flat Earth, if you will, donut Earth, flat donut Earth. And then at the center of this Alderson disk was a giant hotel, a huge hotel. So it wasn't even a star; it was just a hotel. So we can kind of scrub around a little bit of the science of the sun here. Oh, I guess it's a clock. Yeah, I mean, kind of. I think this is so funny. I think it's so funny that one of the things we're going to see when we get to Nod Cry is Inefa stuck to a giant magnet. Like, these are like those magnets that they use to lift cars in junkyards. I just think this is so funny. Do I have any new theory about the Night Mother from the Pale Princess? Yes, but I also try not to talk about the Pale Princess because we don't have the full volumes out legally yet. So I tend not to talk about the Pale Princess for that reason. I know that the text is technically available and has been data mined for ages. But until it's released, like, officially, I try not to talk about it. So I just think this is the funniest thing. Anyway. What do I think will happen to the Pyronosis and the fact the Pyro Gemstone still has a part that's hidden? I mean, if it still has a part that's hidden, that just means that hasn't happened yet. And if we still need to get the Pyronosis for Snezhnaya, then I'm going to assume that the ending arc of the Luna patch cycle will see us returning to Natlan to get the Gnosis, or at least to face off with the Fatui Harbinger that's retrieving the Gnosis. That's kind of where I'm at. Look how big Llama's vision is compared to what you guys keep saying is Nefer's vision. Her vision is huge comparatively. Sorry. I'll let it go. It's still going to annoy me, but I'll let it go. Rhea, thank you for the super. I think we need Nod Cry lore first because I think we may end up working with the Saritsa in the end because I think she may be trying to revive the third descender to fight the heavenly principles. Maybe. I have a slightly different take. I don't think she's trying to resurrect the third descender. But here's a slightly different take that I was thinking about recently. So there's a very popular theory that the third descender is actually Nibelung after they returned to Tevat, okay? Set that theory outside of your brain for a second and just assume that the third descender is an entity that's more like the Traveler and the Abyss Twin, okay? Just for the sake of argument. If you make that assumption, and you think about Skirk's line about how the Gnosis are their remains and that they can bring calamity because they carry curses with them and stuff like that. That makes it sound like the Gnosis actually have a close connection to the Abyss, right? And as you might recall, the Traveler and their twin both have the capacity to absorb an infinite amount of abyssal energy. And it does make you wonder if it's possible that the third descender, whoever they might be, might also have a very similar ability to absorb an incredible amount or a near infinite amount of abyssal energy. And then use that energy for some purpose. So if we look at Conria and we look at the fact that the Abyss Twin was asked to absorb as much abyssal energy as possible, the question then becomes, were they trying to absorb that much abyssal energy because they were just trying to eat the abyss until it wasn't there anymore and then neutralize it? Or were they trying to use the abyss as a sort of source material and then use that to rebuild something or to collect enough power to challenge the heavenly principles. Because if that's the case, then you could easily see the Tsaritsa trying to gather all 7 Gnosis in order to do the same thing. Not necessarily revive the third Descender, but to leverage the third Descender's ability to absorb or manipulate a near infinite amount of abyssal energy, and then use that to either, I don't know, as a source material to build a new world out of, which is something that we know that they want to do, or to use that power to directly challenge the heavenly principles, which is also something that we know that they want to do, right? And we know that, like, Nibelung also believed that forbidden knowledge and the abyss itself was necessary to combat the heavenly principles. So even looking at it from that perspective, it makes it feel like that might be more what the Tsaritsa's angle is. I could see that going very wrong very quickly, because if you have imperfect control over a power like that, you could very easily blow everything up. So there's also a theory that the third is basically Kevin. Yeah, but the third, but Nibelung is Kevin. Like, that doesn't negate anything. I say Nibelung is Kevin a little bit facetiously, okay? I say it a little bit facetiously. It's just thematically, Nibelung works very well as a Kevin archetype. How's that? That's more what I meant. Is Nibelung Kevin or Phaenus? I think Phaenus falls more into well, that's debatable, actually. That's debatable. It's very debatable. You could argue that they are both, but so you believe Kevin is Nibelung. I think Nibelung is more of a Kevin archetype, okay? I think there's a very important distinction to be made between whether or not, character A is character B, versus whether character A is meant to reference the same sort of things that character B references. And that's kind of what I think is the Nibelung stuff, I feel like that's a bit more what I'm going for. If Nibelung is Kevin, then who is Deshret? Deshret is Deshret. What do you mean? Deshret is Deshret. Deshi is more of an Otto-esque character, if you look at him, and his goals and stuff like that. He's more of an Otto archetype. Nibelung, and to some degree, Phaenus, they're both Kevin archetypes. Like, I won't disagree with that. If you look at Kevin from Honkai Impact, and then you look at Phainon from Honkai Star Rail, and Phainon is Kevin. I mean, his real name is Kaslana. Kevin Kaslana. So, like, you can't argue that one. But yeah, the point I'm trying to make is that it's more about archetypes than like a one-to-one. This character is a Kevin. This character is Otto. This character is Teresa. Like, you can't say they are this, that, or the other thing, but they are representative of an archetype that exists in a different game. So, you thought Nefer was Natasha? I don't know. Natasha's based on Raven. Raven and Nefer, I don't know. Raven and Nefer don't really jive together. Oh, someone said they hated Sandrone's color scheme. A friend of mine pointed out that her color scheme is actually 100% alchemical. So the 4 colors associated with the magnum opus in alchemy are red, white, black, and gold. And those are Sandrone's colors. Red, white, black, and gold. And then she also has a little bit of the tealish colors from the perfected Archie, like the Pneumosia energy. But color scheme-wise, she is alchemically colored, which technically gives her the same color scheme as Asmodee, which is interesting. but I digress.
I digress.
Little side topic. Also the same colors as Rhine Daughter and Nibarius. Yeah, actually, yeah. You're not wrong. You're not wrong on that. You're not wrong on that at all. I was thinking about the purple versus blue stuff. I'm gonna get back to supers in a second. Just because, like, there's a little bit of purple over here, there's blue over here, and I was thinking, like, these are actually Colombina's colors, aren't they? Because, like, she's also this shade of pinkish purpley magenta-y colors, but she's also this shade of blue. So, like, is this distilled Kuvaki? Are they doing something? Like, because isn't that what they're supposed to be working on in the fortress? And it literally says Kuvaki right here, as they have this on screen. That is what the fortress is supposed to be working on, right? Like working to utilize Kuvaki. And it is interesting that they chose those two colors, especially when those two are the colors associated with Colombina. So, isn't it red and blue like magnets? That is not red. That is pink at best. Pinkishy, purpley-shy colors. Pinkishy, purplishy colors. Anyway. Jonathan Byers Stan, thank you for the super. Currently sick with a 6. Oh, jeez. Currently 6 with a 10. I'm sorry, I'm being very dyslexic all of a sudden. I think it's because I'm out of tea. Currently sick with a 10-hour shift tomorrow, so I am going to crash and finish this later. So hype for Flynn's and Narcits and Kreutz. Me too. I want lore. Give me lore. I am very interested to see how the Narcits and Kreutz questline ends. Because I feel like Sandrone, there's no way that she's not connected to the Narcits and Kreutz questline. However that connection is, she would mark the ending of their story. The actual ending of their story. So I'm very excited for that. That sounds very fun. Whatever it may be. The real question is, will they be playable? Because so far, all of our playable harbingers have visions. And Sandrone does not have a vision. And don't tell me to look at her backside to find her vision.
Don't tell me that. I won't do it.
Raven2785, thank you for the super. What do we think about Venti now? You are on extra sus. I mean, yeah. I don't know what to tell you. He's a minion of Istaroth, I guess, but we kind of already knew that. It is interesting that she just kind of gave her some of her time power. Istaroth is like hilarious. Because she just kind of does whatever she wants. And she kind of reminds me of like, my parents or guardians won't let me do what I want, so I'm going to like, what is that? Malicious compliance. I'm going to maliciously comply with everything they ask me to do. Things like that. Or she's just going to, I don't know, she's just going to operate in the shadows. If I get caught, it's fine. What are they going to do to me? Stop time? She's kind of funny in that respect. It does kind of seem like Venti is almost like her... I won't say like he's taking direct orders from her, but it does seem like she might be... how to put this? Sort of like a free-spirited agent who can kind of act in her stead. Like, if she can't have freedom, then he can have some of her freedom. He has some of the freedom to do the things that she may have wanted to do or may want to try, you know? Her surrogate. Yeah, that's a good word for it. Kind of like a free agent, but a surrogate. Yeah. An Aphrodite Cupid sort of deal. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair because they both govern over similar things. They both have some similar abilities, but they both act independently of each other, but with similar goals. I think that's a pretty good. Oh, proxy. Proxy was the word I was looking for. Venti is a good proxy for Istaroth's presence in Teyvat. I think that's a pretty good way to put it. So a freedom agent. Yeah, actually. Yeah, exactly. I think that's a pretty good way to look at it. Yeah, exactly. Devil Child Mike 4 concept. Her glove is a delusion. Deluxe style. Secret society linked to the Hexen Circle, etc. Oh, we're talking about Nefer again. Possible. But delusions have the same sizing as visions for the most part. So the same problems still apply. They still apply. You know? This thing is funky. This thing is so funky. I don't. I'm glad I'm not on Twitter anymore because I am not prepared for the type of fan art of this creature that is about to exist. I'm not prepared. Although, can I just say, does this face not look an awful lot like Durin? Like, do you guys see what I'm saying? Like little mini Durin? Does this face not look so much like mini Durin's face? Right? Looks more like little guy? Yeah, maybe it's the purple. It's just that, like, here we go. Hello, my little guy. Hold on. Do you see it? Do you see what I mean? It's even the right coloring. It's even the right coloring. I know it's missing the middle horn, and that's the part that looks more like the little guy, but it's got the side horns too. You see, and then the creamy color bottom, the purple top, the red and gold eyes, and the gold and the anyway. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It's from an older time when the moon still illuminated the world. As were dragons. I'm just saying. This thing has no arms, I've just realized. There's no arms, just legs. Just legs and wings. More like a Saurian, the one that we raised. It doesn't look that much like little guy. It doesn't look that much like little guy. Y'all are tripping. Hold on. It doesn't look that much like him. It just has the same middle horn. The rest of it is not similar. Like, this one's even the right color. And this one has wings. Little guy doesn't have wings. Anyway. It does not have the exact same head. It does not. Oh my god. Middle horn inside. The horns come off the wrong part of the head. Ah, all right. You guys see what you want to see. You guys see what you want to see. I see little mini Durin there. I don't think it looks like little guy at all. But you guys see what you want to see. It's okay to be wrong. You can pretend I said that to me if you want. Break 3773. Anyone else surprised when Llama was first shown and was Dendro? I initially thought animal since her horns looked like the animal symbol. No, I was not expecting. I thought she would be more likely to be cryo than animo. I was just looking. I just noticed this really cool ascension item down here. That's pretty cool looking. I have no other comments other than it looks really cool. I also just realized we've got like a lock picking kit or something up here for I guess talent materials. Interesting. Okay, I got sidetracked. Yeah, her horns do look like the animo symbol. That I will give you. But her horns and the animo symbol are both Homa symbols. So to me, she could have been any element with those shaped horns. Because you could be animal because of the animal symbol. You could be cryo because she's from the frost moon scions. She could be pyro because Homa was originally associated with pyro and death and that kind of stuff. So like you could make an argument for a lot of different things, right? So, oh, right, these. Yeah. There's something about these that pisses me off, and I'll show you what they are in a second. I'm actually really excited to get tarot cards in this game. I think this is very interesting that they've decided to do this, especially with the witches. So it looks like we have the Chariot and Justice over here. Did they show the chariots? Oh, we've also got the Tower. But these are also like real events from Tevat's history. I'm not quite sure what that one is, actually. Hold on. This one is the sun. That one I knew. So this is just like a scene in Natlan, I guess. I don't know if this is like a specific thing in Natlan. It doesn't look like it. Well, maybe it's not just Natlan because these are the forest boars. These are glazed lilies. This just looks like Tevat in general because these are the Rishbolen tigers from Sumeru. So like, that's interesting. But the tower here, this is the fall of Decarabian. So that's interesting. We can probably glean some fun things from this because we haven't seen this referenced in a long time. The Chariot is the Millilith at the chasm. And then this should be Egeria and Focalors, I think. I think this right here, this little Oceanid down here, I think that is Focalors. I know this might look like it's Focalors, and it also might be, but I actually think that this might be, because I think, oh, it's been a while. I can't remember exactly. I have to look it up, but I think the original Focalors was an Oceanid or a familiar of Egeria prior to her ascension. So like this would be Farina and then this would be Focalors, I guess. What did they say these cards were for? These are like blessings that you can get in these are blessings you can get in the Imaginarium Theater. And you can collect them. Hold on. I'm going to show you what irritates me about this though. I almost feel like it's not what's the word? It's almost an irrational irritation. I wanted to see if they were silly enough to leave them up. They weren't. Okay, that's unfortunate. I was hoping we might be able to see the other cards here, but we can't. The Lovers. So they give you these nice little blurbs, and we can't see the whole thing. They don't show you the whole thing. But they describe the Lovers card as the path to understanding and beauty. But the thing is, in tarot, the Lovers card is a card of choice. It's not, it can be like a romance card, but it's technically a choice card. So that, I'm nitpicking at this point. Are they in the wrong order? I don't think they're not in numerical order. The cards are numbered correctly, but they don't appear on the screen in any numerical order. They're just kind of random. They're like randomly placed, but tarot is fake, so whatever. It's not, tarot's not fake. You can argue that fortune telling is fake, but tarot is a real thing. It's a real deck of cards. It's a real thing that people do. So you can't say that tarot is fake. You can say that fortune telling is fake. But to say fortune telling is fake is to also include things like scrying, right? Looking into a crystal ball, looking into flames, smoke. You're talking about cartomancy. You're talking about tessomancy. You're talking about hydromancy. You know, like you're talking about a lot of different types of fortune telling when you say that instead. But to say like tarot is fake is to say crystal balls are fake. Crystal balls aren't fake. They're real, but fortune telling with them is probably what you're considering to be fake. Is that a nitpick? Yes. Do I care? No. It's important to me because I do think that tarot as a practice has a use. Not necessarily as a fortune telling thing, but like, you know, when you go to a psychiatrist and they do like a Rorschach test or something like that, a lot of fortune telling methods are forms of Rorschach tests. And that can tell you a lot about how you're thinking and feeling in your mindset whenever you do a reading. Doesn't necessarily mean you're reading the future, obviously. That is a whole separate thing. But at the very least, using tarot cards, using tea leaves, using anything along those lines can tell you a lot about your subconscious based on what you see when you look at those things. You know, it's more about, I dropped a thing. It's more about learning about yourself and your brain than it is about, you know, events that haven't happened yet. Not a tool of prophecy necessarily. Is that a little bit nitpicky? Yes, like I said, that's fine. That's okay. I'm gonna nitpick because that is my right to do. I have a right to do so. I have a right to nitpick because it's entertaining and sometimes educational. It looks like you can collect them though. There's a whole notebook. The whole notebook here. Notebook filled with various anecdotes and amusing tales. Open it to browse the stories recorded within with the fortune slip tucked inside. You can also make a simple wish via a destiny draw. So this should be fun. I love getting new stuff from the Hexen Circle. It's always fun. All right. Blorborb. Blorborb? Blorborb. No, there's no L. I inserted an L. It's Borb. Yes. Thank you for the super. Enough magnet reminded me, what do you think of the new exploration mechanic basically being magnets? I also do not apologize for adding this to the supers. Okay, well. Thank you. I like an electromagnet exploration mechanic. I think that could be really fun. Because on the one hand, it's very simple, but you can make a lot of really cool puzzles with it. Oh, this is why it was interesting that the whole Enkonomiya gold beam thing was referenced earlier, is because Yai was suddenly becoming more relevant again because of this. What is it called? Hold on. I'll remember it. I will remember it. Hold on. What is it called? Mind Over Magnet. This game. I don't know if you guys have seen this game. Have you guys seen this game? Mark Brown's pretty big on YouTube. He made this game called Mind Over Magnet. And it's a puzzle game. It's a platforming puzzle game, basically. And all of the puzzles are magnet-based and, like, pseudo-platforming based. And if he can make an entire game based around a simple mechanic of magnets, then I think Hoyo can make some pretty cool puzzles for a single region out of just magnets. So I'm actually pretty stoked to see this mechanic because, like I said, sometimes the simplest mechanics are the funnest to play with because how do I explain this? Sometimes when you're forced to work within tight constraints, like of a very specific mechanic that has very specific rules and stuff like that, you're forced to get really, 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 really creative. Like when I was in college, one of my professors gave us this assignment. He said, you have 24 hours to essentially create 100 designs about a single object. And so you had to pick one object and you had to create 100 different designs with it in 24 hours. It doesn't sound hard at first. And honestly, like the first 20 to 30 aren't that hard. For real. They're just not that hard. Once you start hitting about 40, that's when you start to slow down. Around 60, you are out of ideas, like completely out of ideas. But if you can get over that 60 to 70 hump, you are creating the most weirdly but awesome designs after that point, between like 75 and 100. Those literally are going to be your best designs because you have already like shit out basically the most basic, easiest designs, the low-hanging fruit, if you will. I say that because my object was an apple when I did mine. So low-hanging fruit are all the ones that come out first, and then you kind of like get a little bit creative, and then you're just like, how do I go and make this even more interesting? I have no idea. So then you have to like really push yourself and really try to figure out how to make this more interesting, right? And that's where it gets really hard. So that's when you get the really cool stuff. So when you have a very simple mechanic like magnetism that still has a lot of potential, I could see them making some really, really, really cool puzzles out of it. Whether or not they will make really cool puzzles out of it remains to be seen, but they could. There's the good potential there. 24 hours is such a short time constraint, though. No procrastination allowed. Yeah, I know. But you want to know the best part? Is we got to class the next day, and about half the class had actually finished the assignment. And that's when he told us, yeah, this actually doesn't count towards your grade whether or not you finished. He's like, I'll give you bonus points if you did. But essentially what I wanted to see was A, how you work under pressure, and then B, I wanted to prove a point about creativity and time constraints and working in certain environments. So he actually didn't need to give us the time constraint. It wasn't technically part of the assignment. He just decided, hey, what if I actually gave them a time constraint? That would be funny. He was the worst and best professor I ever had. He was so funny. Hopefully it's not brain dead puzzles. Like, you can make really basic puzzles with magnets. But the potential to make really cool puzzles is there. And that's kind of more what I'm excited about than, yeah. We were his test subjects. We were. It was so funny too because he was such a smart guy that his brain operated at a speed that very few people could keep up with. So when he was teaching his classes, he would be talking at this like level and speed, and he wouldn't slow down to explain things like on a more detailed level or like reframe things or anything. So people would call him a horrific professor. They hated him. And then the year before I went to college, he actually got into a car accident and he had a massive brain hemorrhage. And it slowed him down to what the students called a more human speed. So while it was extremely tragic, what ended up happening as a result of that car accident is he became one of the best professors in the entire department. He became everyone's favorite professor because now they could all keep up with him. And, it was, he's doing a lot better now, but it was such an interesting turn of events. But yeah, he's doing all right. It's just interesting how the brain works. He's basically out of the hospital and back teaching within like 3 months. It was pretty insane. He was a crazy guy though. Really cool though. Really cool, really cool. A tape recorder could have helped. Yeah, I mean, it can, but like a tape recorder won't reframe things for you. You know what I mean? Like sometimes a teacher, like, it's not just that they slow down, it's that they stop, rewind, and then explain something again in a different way. He would never do that. He would just go full speed, all the time. So that was so if you didn't understand his explanation, even if you could keep up with him, so to speak, the tape recorder wouldn't help you. You would have to go after hours and then ask him to explain it again, and he probably wouldn't explain it in a different way. This is a really cool this was a really cool reimagination of the art style. I think someone said this looks a lot like Arcane's art style, and it kind of does, yeah. It also sort of reminded me a lot of AFK Journey, This art style really makes Lauma look like AFK Journey. I love the hands grabbing the moon. It's so cool. Okay. I think that symbolism is so cool. Super cool. Because, like, I don't know if you guys remember this, but I don't know if you guys remember this, but as these hands are like devouring the moon, and like these hands are supposed to be somewhat indicative of like the hands that are coming out of the abyss ground from the Wild Hunt, right? And the Wild Hunt is like this abyssal force. Is it I don't think it's Moonpiercer. I don't think it's Moonpiercer. It might be. Yeah, I don't think it is. Oh, it's not this one. Which one is it? Is it Fruit of Fulfillment? Yes, it's this one. This one. The Fruit of Fulfillment says, once upon a time, the moon turned into the shape of fangs that smirked ferociously. I was just reminded of, oh my God, so many tabs. Okay. I was reminded of this. Or rather, when I saw this, I was reminded of the line from the Fruit of Fulfillment with the fangs, because it makes it sound like, the abyss devoured the moons, and like this, the hands, like yeah. I think that's cool. Anyway, little sidetrack. Oh my God, I caught up! Yeah. Pandemonium B, thank you for the super. Very much appreciated. Love your channel. I'm happy to finally get to catch one of your streams. Was a longtime fan, but was too shy to chat or couldn't catch your streams. Hope they don't do Sandrone like Senora. Oh, do you know how many people would be so mad? People would be so mad. People still aren't recovered from Senora, man. People are still not recovered from Senora. I'm still not convinced they're going to leave her dead. I'm still not convinced. But, if ever there was a good time for her to come back, even as just Rosaline instead of, Senora, now would be a good time. Or Capitano? Yeah, or Capitano. I kind of feel like Capitano might be in a different situation where, like, perhaps he could, quote unquote, die upon the throne that he's sitting on. But I wonder if he could, like, accrue strength over time and then manifest a physical body in the overworld. Like, perhaps his connection to the Lord of the Night became good enough that he was able to not necessarily rebirth himself, but, like, astral project a physical form onto the human plane. I think that could be a potential way to bring him back without actually, like, hurting anything that he went through, That is some cope theory. I mean, yeah. It definitely is. This is instructions unclear. Don't understand the tutorial. Yeah. I mean, they have terrible tutorials. That this is completely understandable. Completely understandable. Don't understand the gameplay. These are two of the same things for the most part. Instructions unclear. That's the same thing as tutorial. I'm sensing a pattern here. Complicated character mechanics. This is not the most complicated game. The characters are very simple. They're just very wordy. Don't know how to build a team. Any team will get you through exploration. You don't really have to worry about that. The monsters deal too much damage. That sounds like a get good problem. This one's funny to me, though. Started playing and can't stop. I like how big it is compared to everything else. Like, this is a common enough complaint that they put it on the board. The problem is inventing 27 new words to say quills or stacks. Yeah, I feel like if they just added like a simplify tab, right? Like if they had like a full text description that gives you like all of the conditions where you get stacks, don't get stacks, how things stack and all that kind of stuff. Like if they added like a full description for that, for like the meta people who like really want to get into the weeds, and then had a summarized version where it says, hold E to get 10 stacks. Press E to get 2 stacks, but with less cooldown. Like, if they just did that, that would solve a lot of problems, honestly. Why don't I see no horses up there? All the horses are in Anima Nexus. I think it's really funny. They need a Razor version of the tutorials. Yeah, exactly. They can't rely, I feel like there's such a weird relationship that live service games have with content creation where like they need a certain level of content creation to remain relevant in social spaces and to make it feel like their game is alive and vibrant and full of real people having real conversations, because that is how they stay relevant. It's a very important thing for any live service game to have happen. But at the same time, you cannot create a dependency on content creators to explain your game mechanics for you. You know? Like, yeah. You can make the same argument for lore, and I would actually agree with that. I do agree with that. You should not have to rely on content creators to explain the lore. Like, that shouldn't be a crutch for you. And Hoyo is getting a little bit better about it, but still not great. But you know. You get the idea. That was a little bit of a tangent I didn't mean to go on. What was I doing? Icarus, thank you for your other super. Appreciate it. The Abyss probably did devour the moons since they apparently fell around the time Nibelung returned, right? Yes. Yeah, it's very likely. I mean, it's hard to imagine what else could have shattered them, like would have had the force to shatter the moons. Regardless of whether or not Nibelung came back around that time, it is worth pointing out that in Flowers of Paradise Lost, the Nabu Malikata talks about invaders coming in from beyond the firmament around that time, and they brought with them like a flood of abyssal energy. So we know for certain that around the time the moons fell, which should have been that time, because the moons fell around the same time that the Seelies died, right? Like there's a correlation there. So the Seelies going into exile and the Seelies dying and stuff like that would have been around the same time that Nabu Malikata is referencing with that abyssal flood from beyond the sky kind of thing. So that does make the most sense that the Abyss is involved, whether it's through Nibelung or through some other means. It was almost certainly involved in the shattering of the moons. So. Okay, some of these irritate me, actually. Character leveling, I understand. Not enough inventory space, I understand. We've been here for a long time. Heavy burden has no context, so I don't understand it. Is it just like it's too time consuming? If so, I get it. For some reason, they've started making like the events last like a week, sometimes 10 days, and that's it. And I'm like, if you want us to play like 2 or 3 of your games at the same time, you have to make these events last for longer. You just have to. Why don't these events last for the whole patch? Or at least 3 weeks? For me, that's like one of the biggest challenges is not getting to events on time because they're just not around that long. Reluctant to use items is crazy to me because this game is so generous with giving you items. Notice I did not say currency, I said items. Getting items is very easy. Complete collection, that's kind of vague. Affixes, yeah. Low cap on what is the question? Is that on levels? Is that on world? Is that on skill cap? Not enough materials versus too much inventory space versus reluctant to use items. There's a lot of conflicting things here. Cumbersome resin consumption, yeah, okay. Burden reduction versus heavy burden. Burden of what, though? Is it time? Is it resources?
What is it?
This one annoys me, though. Hard to find all the chests. Like, this is the point. You're supposed to explore. You're supposed to find all the chests. It's supposed to be a treasure hunt. It's supposed to be rewarding. If all the chests are just marked on the map from the beginning, it's not fun. It's just a chore to go around collecting them. There's no discovery to it. You know? Like, that annoys me. But that's a pet peeve of mine about open world exploration. Like, I think it was, I can't remember if it was Mark Brown or Rasputin who made a really good video on following the yellow line in video games. Like where developers kind of drag you by the nose, where you have quest markers and then you have like a trail that leads you exactly to that quest marker. And how that changes the way you play the game. And I think about that a lot when people ask for those sorts of changes to games like this one. It's not like I don't get it because like in a lot of respects, like people just want their primo gems and you get, I think a region typically has around 3,000 to 5,000 primo gems that you can get through exploration. So I understand people wanting to be able to easily access that free currency. But on the other hand, it changes the way you play the game. And like, I actually think it was today, Rasputin put out a video about, what's it called? Playing the game in an unfun way. And in his case, he was playing Dark Souls 3 and trying to get all the achievements. He's like, this is not how you're meant to play Dark Souls 3, and I don't know why I decided to play the game in the least fun way possible, but I did. And I think about that with respect to this, too. So, good stuff. Some chests basically require guides to get. Yeah. It's just like, Genshin has this issue where it's a very difficult issue to resolve, actually. Because on the one hand, you need a lot of players to keep a game like this healthy. And to get the most amount of players, you have to appeal to the widest audience. You have to appeal to the most amount of people as possible all the time. So like you can't just appeal to the meta players. You can't just appeal to the exploration players. You can't just appeal to the story players, right? You can't just appeal to the teapot or TCG players. You have to appeal to as many people as you can all the time. And when they do that, they have to do it at the expense of making the experience of some other aspect of the game a little bit worse. And that is a real shame. But it's also a problem that is very difficult to resolve. Very difficult to resolve. Oh my God. So difficult to resolve. I don't even want to do. Chibi. Whoops, I pressed the super chat button by accident. Birdington. Really?
He does that just to annoy me. I'm allowed to call him a rude little bird now. I'm allowed. It's allowed. Okay? It's allowed.
I'm gonna smother your pillow in peanut butter. I don't know how,
but it'll happen. I'll ask someone who knows where you live to do it for me. I will pay them money to do it. It'll be funny. It'll be super funny. Make fun of the super chat. Be super funny. Hey, I caught up. I only have one super chat in my queue. Leave me alone. You don't own all the peanut butter. I have peanut butter. You're the one who doesn't have any peanut butter. We went over this. We went over this. I have like 3 jars of peanut butter in my pantry because it's for doggies. The doggies need the nut butter. They need the pee of the nuts. Oh, that doesn't sound right. Don't let me say that again. That was a horrific way to phrase that. Moving on. Moving on. Icarus, thank you again for your super. If the exploration primos were more abundant and the puzzles and stuff were less repetitive, then I would mind it a lot less. Yeah, this is another problem that Genshin has, is like, this is actually a problem with Genshin's exploration in general. Again, because you're trying to have as mass appeal as possible, like the greatest mass appeal possible. I should have said the greatest mass effect possible because that would have been funny, but I missed my window and then I ruined the joke. Because they're also doing things like quest quick starts and like jumping you to new regions without forcing you to go through other regions and stuff like that, and they're not really letting you progress organically. There is no sense of true progression through the world. This is something you can really see in games like Breath of the Wild, right? Where like you could go anywhere all the time. There is no puzzle progression. There is no difficulty slider, so to speak. Whereas like if you play Breath of the Wild, it's a very different exploration experience in the world compared to any other Zelda game. Because any other Zelda game is a bit more linear in the sense of like you're supposed to go through this tutorial dungeon and it's very easy. It's very simple. It's introducing you to mechanics. And then you get up to like the 2nd, 3rd, 4th dungeon. And by the 4th dungeon or so, usually like they give you a couple of tutorial rooms just to kind of give you a feel of like, this is what the mechanics you're going to be working with are like. And then they just say, have fun. And then as you progress through the dungeons, the puzzles get progressively trickier and trickier, or at least they're supposed to. That's how they're supposed to work, right? And the same can be said for the world itself. Like the puzzles are supposed to get progressively more, not necessarily challenging. It's supposed to scale with your level of mastery over the game itself. When you have an open world game where you can go anywhere at any time, controlling that level of progressive scale and having it match your level of mastery over the game becomes nearly impossible to do. So what happens with Genshin, right, is that because you can go anywhere in the world at any time, and, you know, you could be at any level of mastery of the game at any time, they don't change the exploration experience to match. You know what I mean? Like, if you were to organize Genshin as you would a linear game instead of an open world game, if you were to do it in a linear way, Mondstadt would be your tutorial area. All the puzzles there should be really, really easy. You get to Liyue, they start getting more challenging, right? You get to Inazuma, they should be even more challenging than that. They should be more interesting. By the time you get to Fontaine, now you're dealing with water level puzzles and like weights and, you know, currents and things like that. And we still do have some of that to some extent, but it's not the same. Like the puzzle difficulty is the same as it is in Mondstadt, right? Like the types of mechanics you're dealing with change, but the difficulty does not scale. So it feels like Mondstadt had more of an interesting experience because at that time it was more novel and it was more commiserate to your level of mastery over the game itself. And you didn't really know what to expect from it. You know what I mean? But by the time you get to Fontaine, by the time you get to Natlan, like you have a pretty good handle over things. So, like, the puzzles and stuff should be more interesting. They should be more challenging. They should be more involved. But they're not. And that creates a sense of fatigue and boredom and makes exploration feel more like a chore than something that is very enjoyable. If that makes sense. Inazuma puzzles are the hardest. Inazuma has an artificial difficulty in that they decided one of their main puzzles was going to be a Sudoku puzzle. And the only thing that makes their Seelie challenges more challenging, like the Seelie puzzles more challenging, is the fact that the Seelies move at the speed of light and you don't know where they went. But like other than that, like if you know how to solve a Sudoku puzzle, those puzzles become very easy very quickly. But you know. The other challenge that Genshin faces, and to some extent other live service games that are open world like Wuthering Waves face the exact same problem in slightly different ways, is that if you tie your currency income to the chests, then you have to also consider leveling the playing field in terms of player accessibility to currency. Because you can't really gatekeep the currency in such a way. Like there's a limit to how much you can gatekeep that kind of stuff. You can argue, oh, well, they gatekeep some primo gems behind like floor 12 of the Abyss or the Imaginarium Theater or something like that. And it's like, yeah, technically. But at some point, like that also doesn't become a thing anymore, right? And it takes less time to get to a point where that doesn't become a thing. But anyway, you feel like you just got called, because you feel like you got called dumb because you don't know how to solve the Sudoku puzzles in Inazuma. Don't worry. The thing about the Inazuma puzzles is that they look like they're tricky on purpose because it's hard to tell what's going on with them. But if you know what's going on with them, they're easy to solve. But if you don't know what's going on with them, they're actually extremely easy to brute force. In fact, if you have any character that auto attacks, like if they have a summon, like a totem, like Fischl or Yai or anything like that, if they have a totem that auto attacks, you just leave those running and just keep setting them down. They will eventually solve the puzzle for you. So it's an artificial difficulty. That's the thing. So when I think of like progressive difficulty through exploration regions, I actually think Dragonspine is a great example of this. Dragonspine is one of the points where Hoyo tried to do progressive difficulty and then reeled it back because sheer cold as an exploration mechanic meant that you had to, it was far more challenging to investigate an area. It made the area feel more dangerous, like you shouldn't be here yet, right? Those are the sorts of mechanics that you would expect to find as you progress throughout a linear game. Like you go to level 5 and then suddenly the whole region is not just full of puzzles and, strong monsters that you have to fight and chests to retrieve and whatever, but it's also a poison swamp, right? So now you have to do all of this while avoiding the poison. So it's challenging your mastery of the game and your understanding of its mechanics. Genshin doesn't do this. And they probably won't do this because they're trying to keep the accessibility to as many people as possible for as long as possible. And they need to account for all skill levels at all times. So, Anyway, is that why they allowed you to breathe under? That is why they allowed us to breathe underwater in Fontaine. Exactly. Can I just say she looks like she's just been photoshopped into the background here? Like she's not supposed to be here. The perspective on Colombina in this picture is so off. So off. Look, she doesn't look like she was drawn into the scene. It just looks like she was like, hi, I'm going to float like a ghost in the background. It's just very strange. I wish they would have brought her more forward. Old question that's suddenly recontextualized, but what happens when the player switches characters? NPCs react to us now, which means that it's not just the traveler taking on an aspect of them. I don't know that it really refutes that, because if you take on, say, Lauma's shape, then people will recognize you as Lauma. That's a really old theory, though. It would need to be updated before I tried to answer that correctly. Is it laggy just for you? No, it's probably laggy. The beginning of this stream is very laggy. I'm just gonna cut it once it finishes processing. That way anyone who watches the replay doesn't have to deal with that. yeah, I had some technical difficulties. Still having some technical difficulties, but it is what it is. It's what I get for living out in the boonies. Kichiki, thanks for the super. Whoopsie, I fell on the super chat button for... What if I filled your socks with kimchi? I won't do any of those things. But sometimes I feel petty. Sometimes I feel petty. Thank you, though. I do appreciate it, but sometimes I feel petty. Conky6, thank you for the super. Hello, your live streams are the best lore yapping sessions. Well, thank you. It's certainly full of yapping, and we hope to keep it full of lore. We try. We try. Any quick thoughts on this year's summer event? I mean, okay, so this is actually a good thing. Now that we've seen the preview for Nod Cry, I think we're in a very odd position with the current summer event in that previous summer events have almost always, well, they have always, up until this point anyway, foreshadowed the events of the next patch cycle, right? I don't think that's the case for this year. I have tried, I have studied, I have looked, but for the life of me, I'm coming up blank when it comes to looking for foreshadowing for the summer event in Nod Cry. I got nothing. It's a weird thing because like you'd think I'd at least have like some sort of crack theory to give. I don't. I got nothing. I got absolutely nothing. So I think this might be a change of how they're doing things because this event is also permanent. So I think the fact that the event is permanent kind of plays into the fact that it's not foreshadowing, it's not foreshadowing the next patch cycle like the other ones have. Because those were temporary. So, like, you were supposed to play them just before the new patch cycle. You couldn't play them otherwise. So, like, it made sense if they would foreshadow what's to come. But because you can technically play that at any time, forever, the foreshadowing would make less sense. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. I think you can make an argument that like Enjo has a little bit of foreshadowing. Like if I'm gonna find anything, that's where it would be. I think you can make a case for the Bakunawa, obviously. I will also say that because they said that the Nod Cry patch cycle, so the Luna patch cycle, I guess is what I should call it now. The Luna patch cycle is about not just Nod Cry, but also about revisiting all the places we haven't been yet, but that have been mentioned, you know. You could argue that the whole Bakunawa stuff is going to play into the time we revisit Natlan and actually go to the real Mer Javari, right? So I would think that would probably be it, honestly. Beyond that, I've got nothing. I do, however, have a fun theory about the Bakunawa, specifically. Not necessarily with relation to Nod Cry, but that said, I don't think I'm going to be able to finish. I wanna do a full recap and look back of the Little Guy quest before Nod Cry comes out. That is my goal currently, to just do that full recap so it can be done. Kind of glad I waited because now I can include all the NFA stuff, which is nice. But I want to do that before Nod Cry, and because I want to do that before Nod Cry comes out, I don't think I'm going to get my Bakunawa video finished before then, so it might be that I will roll in some Nod Cry lore into the Bakunawa stuff. We'll see. But that's the only thing I've got right now. I'm about to enter a very, 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 very busy period because for Star Rail, it's also ending. Like the Euphorius chapter is also ending within the next patch cycle or so. And I'm going to have to do a recap for that patch cycle and then a recap of the entire patch cycle because they gave us a story segment for every single patch in the entire cycle. So I have to summarize everything into one. So that's going to be happening as Nod Cry is out. So that I'm about to get a little swamped, but we'll make it work. We'll make it work. Who's my favorite character in Nod Cry? We're not just counting Nod Cry characters, right? We're counting like any character that showed up in the Nod Cry trailers. I will exclude Wanderer. Okay, I'll just count new characters only. I would say right now, Durin. No one should be surprised by that. Not a single person. Not a single person. All right, this was extremely cool. So I'm gonna turn this on low, but I'm gonna have it playing in the background because it was really good. I've never heard her sing before, but she has a killer voice with some incredible range. I love her dress too. I really love her dress. It's so cool. I don't know if you guys were watching the I need to stop putting my I want to roll over the words, but I can't. I can't. Assuming she's singing on behalf of Colombina? These are very interesting lyrics. Oh no, my favorite will be Durin even after Nefer is revealed to be connected to King Deshret. You underestimate how much I like the little dragon. Do you think the dress was Colombina inspired or just her own style? Probably a combination of both. Because like, if you look at the musicians and the singers, they are all wearing, I don't want to, they're wearing appropriate garb for the region. Not the ones in suits. We don't count them. We don't count them. That's just a London Symphony Orchestra being British. But, you know, like some of the ones in the front are wearing folklore appropriate attire. What's my favorite region's music? I love all of them. That's a horrible thing to say, but like, I actually do really like Nod Cry's music because this is the music of my childhood. So, nostalgia wins. Do I think Nefer might be a pep? No. If anything, I think she might have a closer relationship to Sheeran. Is Celtic the right description? There are some Celtic influences here, yeah. I really like this song though. It's so good. Celtic or Celtic? I don't know. I've always called it Celtic. You can't tell what language this is? I think it's Latin, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's Latin. Why they decided to go with Latin over Celtic or Gaelic? I would assume because okay, actually, let's pause for a second. So I'm pretty sure that that song sung by Aurora is supposed to be Colombina's song. Now, each of the harbingers that we've met so far, when we fight them, they have a theme song or like a leitmotif based song. All of them have vocals. All of their songs are supposed to be that character singing, right? So, in my opinion, I think this is in Latin because all of the other Harbinger songs are also in Latin. That's the thing. Like, Wanderer has one in Latin, Child has one in Latin, um, Senora has one in Latin, and Arlecchino also has one in Latin. So, Wanderer has a deep voice then? I, I mean, not really. Right? That's not a very deep voice singing that song. Listen to it again. It's not that deep. Scar is with a bit of Celtic-ish pronunciation instead of a more traditional Latin. Yeah, I mean, like it's root Latin, but also keep in mind that I think some of the root languages for Genshin, like if you do translation of like basic to VAT, a lot of it translates into Latin first, and then we translate it from Latin into English or Chinese. Um, yeah. No, I know you're thinking of Wanderer's boss music, but like other people in chat are saying, like Wanderer is a tenor, he's not a bass. And so is the thing. And actually, like in English, Patrick Pedraza has a decently lowish voice for Wanderer. And in Japanese, at least, Wanderer has a sort of mid-range voice. Um, Arlecchino has a lower voice. Yeah, she does. Yeah, he's. I don't think he's an alto, but he feels a bit more like a tenor for sure. Child has lyrics. I'm pretty sure he does. In one of his phases, doesn't he? Well, you guys are gonna second guess me in the music. I'm gonna let someone better versed in Genshin's music comment on that. But I'm pretty sure that do they make the voice actor sing? No, they don't. They don't. But they do seem to try and match the voice of the singer to the voice actor ish. Ish. Because there is a lot of variation between the voices from the different languages. So they try and get like something that feels about right. Right? So like for Wanderers, they tried to get someone who sounded like they were a young man. So for Colombina, they're trying to get someone who has a higher pitched voice than someone like, say, Senora, for example. Actually, to that point, even Ajdaha has a song, and for his boss theme, and that one has lyrics, and it's a very very deep voice singing those lyrics, and it's supposed to be him singing them. You can get translations of those as well. So anyway, that's kind of the thing. So that was my thing with this. That was my thing with this. I was thinking that Colombina we might not. Ajdaha is Chinese? No. Ajdaha is Persian. Not Chinese. Persian. Andreas and Child's themes have faux Latin, which is essentially gibberish, so it doesn't have meaning. Fair enough. Is his theme in ancient Chinese? Is it? I thought his was in Latin. Was it? So it is. Well, I can't understand it either way. Still, they did seem to standardize on Latin after a while. Or, as some people have pointed out, faux Latin. Latin-ish. Pig Latin. No. This sounds like the battle theme. Is that the same singer? No, this is a different singer. This, okay. I'm gonna pause this. Because of the way she's singing, the way she's dressed, and a few other things, this might be a theme related to the Wild Hunt. The moon is also cracked in this song? Yeah. They put an overlay on it. She does sound like she's trying to curse you. Yeah. It's got a little bit of a Wild Hunt vibe to it. Oh, you think this is the Frost Moon Scion theme? I mean, it could be. She's got the moon on her forehead like Lalma does. Okay. We can not listen to them talk now. That's true. I mean, she does have the druid staff and the moon on her forehead, so that could very, very well be the Frostmoon Scion song as well. But again, leitmotif of the battle theme, so there is that. But it just has that Wild Hunt vibe to it, because she sound like someone else mentioned, she does sound like she's bringing through a curse of some sort. But anyway, when you stub your toe. Yeah, I don't really want to look at the Wonderland thing. I kind of want to listen to the concert again, but I'll let it play. Wait, leitmotif of what? The battle theme has a certain leitmotif in it. They usually do several battle tracks. That's one of them. Yeah, exactly. This is definitely one of them. Or at least, I almost wonder if that song is a remix of multiple songs. If we won't get that song exactly. Photon of Fluctuation. Yeah. That's what it is. Like all of the battle themes, most of them have it, yeah. If not all of them. Little guy in the back. I know. We miss him. We miss him. We miss him a lot. We miss him a lot. Why are you saying it like leitmotif? Because I don't know how to actually say it. Is it leitmotif? Am I uber cool? I don't know. Or is it leitmotif? I don't know. I'll say it however I want. You know what I mean? I think one battle song per region has the Photon of Fluctuation. That sounds about right. Although I feel like most of them have it in some way, or like most of them reference it in some way. But anyway, I pronounce it like light. Okay, we need to settle a debate. Hold on.
Leitmotif.
Okay, apparently it's leitmotif. I would have never guessed that. Luigi motif.
Leitmotif.
Okay. Well,
Leitmotif.
that sounds worse.
Leitmotif.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I've been saying it wrong no matter how I thought it was saying said. So, take that as you will. Take that as you will. I like how shocked you were that you were right. Sorry, that's really funny. Thoughts on level 100. Yeah, okay. I saw that. I did kind of want to talk about the masterless Stella Fortuna. I actually don't have a problem with level 100. I'm glad they finally gave us access to it. I do have a problem with the distribution method. I think giving us one masterless Stella Fortuna for every C7 and up character we have is insane. That is insane. Plus 4 per year. I think that's crazy because we have like almost 100 characters in this game. And with Nodcry, we're going to have well over 100. And if you do the math, like you need 2 per, right? Like you need 2 of those masterless Stella Fortuna for every character you want to level 100. So that means you can level 100 2 characters per year if you don't have any C6s. C6 5 stars, by the way. And I think that's crazy. I think that's crazy. You need 3? Wait, you need 3? Why do you need 3? You go to level 90, then you go to 95, then you go to 100, right? That's only 2. Why do you need 3? Why are you saying 3? Oh, you need 2 to get to level 100? Oh my god, it's even worse! You need 1 to go from 90 to 95, and then you need 2 to go from 95 to 100. That is stupid. I thought it was 1 and 1. I thought it was 1 per raising it 5 levels. Okay, that's even worse. Oh, I mean, I thought it was not a great distribution system before then, and now it's okay. All right. Well, that's even worse. In that case, they should give you 6 per year, not 4. That means you can only do 1 per year if you have no C6s. That's crazy. That's really crazy. Okay, here's the thing. On principle, getting additional currency from characters that would otherwise not be very useful to your account is not a bad practice in practice. But the cost versus the distribution is insane even for whales, right? Because if you assume that, you know, we have, I don't know, how many 5 stars do we have right now? Like 50? Something like that? I don't know. Even if you assume you have 50, like, oh my god, okay. Hold on. Now I gotta do a little bit of math. If I wanted to level C6, or sorry, if I wanted to level 100, 1 character, I would have to C6 3 characters to do it. But if I want to C6 3 characters, that would probably mean that I liked those characters enough to C6 them, and I would also want to level 100 those. So to level 100 those, I'm going to need to now get 9 other That's crazy. That's crazy. I think that distribution system is crazy. And I feel like what they should have done, and what they still have time to do, is not just give you a whole masterless Stella Fortuna when you get a 5-star C6, but you should also get 1 masterless Stella Fortuna for every 4-star you C6 for the first time, and then every 4-star you get beyond their C6, you should get a fragment of a Stella Fortuna. That way you can kind of level the playing fields a little bit. I think that would make it a lot better. Because otherwise, like, even whales would only have like 3 or 4 characters at level 100. which is like, even if you consider it like a semi-cosmetic sort of thing, I know it actually changes the stats of the characters and whatever, but even if you consider it semi-cosmetic, like it's a gloating thing, kind of like the weapon skins from Stygian Onslaught, right? Like even if you consider it from that perspective, if you are going to level 100 characters, you need to be able to have it be meaningful enough that you want to do it, that you're incentivized to do it, but you can't make it so impactful a damage increase that it almost becomes required for gameplay. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's like a very small margin of damage bonus that they can apply to those level cap increases. And that, to me, feels like a balancing nightmare when you make the currency really rare. If you make the currency less rare by making it more accessible, by making it, you know, not just C6 5 stars, but also C6 4 stars, that can give you that kind of currency, then at least then there is an excuse for them to somewhat start to try and balance higher difficulties around expecting you to have one or two of these sorts of level cap increases, you know? But you know, and like even if you be like pretty conservative, right, about how much of a damage increase it's going to be, because it's going to increase some base stats probably, because it says it's going to enhance stats when you see the little notification thing, and you know it's probably going to increase things like reaction damage, because reaction damage scales on EM, and EM also plays off of level, so you're going to get like some damage increase that way. But you're also going to get the increase that people forget about, which is that there is in the damage equation, the level of the enemies you're fighting is compared to the level of the character that you have, and then that changes the damage that you do. Not even based on your stats, but just based on your level. So even that changes the game, and so you can compound the amount of damage that you're doing. So like that is a very delicate tweak in balancing the game in general. So I mean, like, I have mixed feelings on it. I'm not against it in principle. I'm against the distribution system, like how much is distributed and how frequently. Yeah. Anyway, if you're just going to make it vanity, like, why not just make it a cosmetic? Because the one other thing we don't know if it'll do, and I don't think it'll do this, but it's possible that it could, we don't know if it also allows you to increase skill or talent caps. Because a lot of the skills and talents, like, they can go beyond 13. So we don't know if it'll do that. I don't think it will, but, you know, there's a lot of unknowns. So I'm not the biggest fan. I feel like this would feel better to me if this only applied to older characters at first. Because if this applied to older characters, it would kind of be like bringing your old favorites up to speed so they would match the newer characters a little bit. And then I could kind of understand the rarity a bit more. But if you're telling me that I can give Neuvillette a significant stat bonus and damage bonus by level 100ing him versus, you know, like Jean. I know Dean's not a DPS and this is an unfair comparison, but like you get my point, right? It does, from that perspective, even though it doesn't feel balanced. I don't know. It's aren't most casual players going to keep characters 80 because of costs? That really depends on what you mean by casual. I know people who play casually, but they're like casual lore players. Like they just play through the story and they don't even increase their world level. Like they go up to like world level 3 and then don't go beyond there. Like if you're talking about people who also want to experience a little bit of combat challenge, like they play the game not just for story and for exploration, but for actual combat, It's a little different. A little different. They can still be casuals in that sense. Casual versus hardcore has more to do with frequency of play and optimization of play than it does, anything else. Someone who plays the game like a few times at the beginning of every patch or something like that, but still like wants a combat challenge or like hops in for combat challenges specifically, they're still considered a casual, even if they are a sweaty player, so to speak. You challenge me to beat Dire? I won't. I won't do it. You consider yourself a casual player, and any DPS I regularly use is at 90? Yeah. I mean, the other thing is, too, casual players will just have less characters in general. So even if you say, oh, well, they'll have less resources, they kind of won't. Because you'll have less characters to allocate resources to. You know, it's actually sweatier characters, like less casual players that have a much harder time with resources. Like the amount of people I know who are completely out of Mora, it's insane. I have like 70 million Mora and I don't know how anyone runs out of Mora. But people who raise a lot of characters are going to run out of materials faster. People who invest in less characters don't run out of materials nearly as fast, you know? So, but the people who raise less characters are going to be the ones who are more likely to want to increase and boost the capacity of their characters. There's a catch. Anyway, you get the idea. You've capped your resin maybe 6 times since 1.2 and won't get a single Stella Fortuna. Yeah. Out of more. You have 9 Mora? Oh my god. I don't know how anyone runs out of Mora. It's insane. Maybe I just don't build enough characters. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I just don't build enough. I also haven't completed even the first star on the ley line achievement. So, like, take that as you will. Take that as you will. For those of you who are out of Mora, apparently there is a very good Mora farming route on the Easy Breezy Island. So you could do that and get like 100,000 plus a day. That's something you could do. I just buy things from the shop at max capacity because I have the money to burn. Like, I have way too many everything. I've got like 2,000 books. I've got 9,000 of every ore. The only thing I run short on is crystal flies. That's it. Artifact farming also drains Mora only if you have good luck. Just get bad. Just get bad luck. You'll have no problem. You don't spend any Mora that way because there's nothing to raise. It does cost like 8 million more to max a character. Yeah, I can't remember the last character I maxed, to be honest with you. I really can't. I don't remember the last character I maxed. I think the last character I pulled was actually Mawika. No, it wasn't. I got Raiden, I think. I think Raiden was the last one. I didn't max her, but I mean, like, she's 90 with like level 9 skill and burst. I guess that's considered maxed. But just get beds. Yeah. Most of the time they tell you to get down bad or don't get down bad, I guess. But no, you're just supposed to get bad. You're not supposed to get good. You're supposed to get bad. That's how you save money. Get really cautious with it. Anyway, the 4th effects preview is huge, though. I love that change. That, I think, is going to be one of the biggest changes to people's Mora income, I think. I think that will be a pretty nice change. Because, whatchamacallem? Yeah, there's a whole galaxy in there. A whole galaxy. It is interesting, though, because, like, there's a whole galaxy in there. But, like, if you look at the, actual Stella Fortuna, I don't think they're like that. Yeah, it's just a star with constellations in it, which is interesting. Don't you think? Like, Stella Fortuna just being stars with a constellation, but then, like, you go over to this and it's like a whole galaxy and it's purple Like the abyss. I don't know where I'm going with that. It's just, you know. You're surprised I didn't Raiden for Hyperballoon? I have Kooky. I didn't really mean to get Raiden. I just had her, and I was just like, okay, well, I have resources to burn, so I guess I'll just build her. So I did. Not having to spend the money and the artifact EXP to see that fourth slot is actually pretty nice. Masterless, so star not in a constellation. Yeah, exactly. Hasn't been assigned a place yet. Same with Masterless Stardust, though. That just means that all this time, stars without a master, stars without a constellation, stars that don't belong to anyone. It could also be a protoplanetary disk. Oh, yeah, Our resident astrophysicist, everybody. It's okay, I appreciate you. I'll look it up later. Why did you just see Winx Club right now? Oh, it might have been an ad. It might have been an ad on, somewhere in here. I don't know. Anyway, I think that might be all I have, I think. I think that's all I have. I don't know that I have any more comments for now. I will say, these are very... Maybe I'm just thinking too much about the Night Mother. But, I mean, these feel like lady arms. Like the arms of a very, very angry lady. I know they're the arms of the Wild Hunt, and that they're kind of zombified. But, you know. I'm just thinking. They also I don't know, they kind of have Colombina vibes to me, but that's like completely inexplicable. I could never explain why I said that to anybody. It would be impossible. Okay. There is one thing I have to point out. For no reason other than I just think it's super funny. Okay. Hold on. Oh, no, not him. My bad. I spelled his name wrong. So when I saw this the first time, I was reminded of I just think this is really funny. A couple of people in chat will find this funny. Only a couple. I used to play Fire Emblem Heroes a lot. This just reminds me of Lif from Fire Emblem Heroes. I just think it's funny. I don't have anywhere I'm going with that, but it's just what I think of. I know that's not what he's referencing. I'm pretty sure, but it makes me giggle. So there's that. He looks like Idea from Twisted Wonderland. Flynn's electro magic looks a lot like Abyss magic. He does look like he's leveraging some... It does make you wonder if he has some control over the Wild Hunt. Not like as a whole, but like parts of it. You know, like when you sell your soul to the devil, but like you're not actually taken yet, so you can still use the devil's power, but like you're not them yet. Like you're not a demonic entity yet. Kind of like that. Do you think those hands are from a corrupted deceased moon? I do. That's partly why I said I wonder if it's related to Colombina in some way. Like I do wonder if like there are some undead aspects to her, which is partly why she's incomplete, and if, you know, she may have a shadow self of sorts. But there's nothing to back up that theory or anything. Zero things. There's zero ways to do that. There is one. There's a couple of things that are interesting. Oh, I did think it was interesting. We do have a lot of red and blue going on here, which we were talking about electromagnetism earlier, being the Kuvaki and whatnot, and the Seelies come in both red and blue. And then I was also noticing, and I ignored it, that Jehoda actually has red and blue all over her outfit because she's referencing magnetic poles. Like her compass has the red and blue on it because navigation through magnetism. So I thought that was interesting. There was one other thing I wanted to touch on though. And I forgot what it was. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It'll come up again. You'll see. We just gotta wait. We just gotta wait. It'll come up. It'll come up. Do-do-do-do-do. And Effa already had a plus and minus on her knees. Yeah. That also makes sense because not just with magnetism, excuse me, but oh, I remember what it was. Not just with magnetism with an Effa, but also when it comes to machinery, there are two. Well, there aren't just two, but there are two very common types of screw threads, like screw heads. Those are Phillips heads, the plus sign, and they're standard heads, which are the minus sign. So not just magnetism, but screws, bolts, you know, anything like that. Worth noting because she's, you know, machine enthusiast. So that's fun. It's interesting that she has a reflection sometimes, but not others. I wonder if they don't do the reflection when she's walking underneath like that because they don't want to do reflections of the underside of her skirt. Who is KK again? We don't know. Flatheads and Phillips. I mean, you can call them flatheads and Phillips. We call them standard. We call it Phillips and standard. We're getting to the part that I wanted to mention. Because there is something a little strange. Hold on, I'm going to skip this part because it's not this part. It's not this part. There it is. There was... This I thought was interesting. That the Traveler is slowly moving away from the Abyss Twin. Which I think is the first indicator we've ever gotten that the Traveler might intend to go against or deny or try to stop their twin instead of just trying to convince them to go home. I think this is like, you know, this is just the first time we've seen that. Whatever the Abyss Twin is offering, Traveler is not having any of it. Especially since they take out their sword here and they're going up against their sibling. Like, I will actually fight them. That is not Lumine. You don't think that's Lumine? I mean, it might not be. It is a very good point. Actually, I don't think their thing is in here. Oh, it's in the, hold on. It's in this one. This was the one that kind of got me. maybe it's an illusion. It's not her. I mean, it is in the abyss. The abyss does show you what you want to see, and it can take any shape. It's a mimicry kind of thing. But even so, the idea that they have to turn on their sibling, even if that is an illusion, that's going to be an emotional moment. So this I thought was interesting, because if you look at Ether's face, he looks like he's hypnotized a bit. Like he's not looking at the moon in wonder, because usually when that happens, like the eyes are quite wide. His eyes are like half open the whole time. And he looks like he just woke up and now he's seeing this really pretty thing and moving towards it. And then he comes out the other side like he's in a dream. Like this side, you can see his expression immediately change, like he's awake, right? Like his eyes are wide open. But right here, they were just half open the whole time. And to me, I'm wondering, like, is there something about being close to the lunar powers that is, I don't want to say toxic to the travelers, but intoxicating? Especially since they say just prior to this, the power of Kuvaki is not to be underestimated. I wonder if it's, you know, a bit, anyway. It's interesting. It's interesting to me. Ether had some of Tignari's shrooms. That's what he looks like, though. He looks like he's kind of high or sleepy or anesthetized or something. Hypnotized, entranced, something like that, right? And it makes you wonder if maybe that is supposed to be us meeting Colombina for the first time. Maybe this is the representation of her moon and she like lures us in. And then you touch it and you end up in her special moon palace domain thing. It could also show you the past if you wanted it to. But if it shows you the past, then that would be very interesting if the Lumine scene was actually in the past. That'd be kind of wild. But anyway, that was the last thing I wanted to mention because I thought that was like one of the weirdest shots they have in this whole, in like all of these. In all of these. Inebriated on moonshine. Literally. If Kuvaki means something like moon power or moonlight, then moonshine is not that far away. Yeah, anyway. That's my last thing. I don't have anything to add. That was it. That's all I got. Yeah. Anyway, I think that'll do it. That'll do it for now. Flynn said during the stream that the entirety of Nodcry used to be a wild hunt infested land for a long time. Did the traveler's ship alter the wild hunt when it landed? Okay, so something about the wild hunt. Nodcry is only like 500 years old. So what happened 500 years ago? Conrian Cataclysm. Who was partly responsible for that? That would be King Ermin. Ermin is another name for Odin. Odin led the wild hunt. You know? Ta-da! This is the wild hunt. So to me, the wild hunt just looks like it must have been a seriously abyssal infested land. And it was the people who became the people of Nodcry 500 years ago who went, you know what? We're going to settle here. So I wonder if many people actually knew this, or if most people just know this from The Witcher. The Witcher didn't invent this. It's straight up Norse mythology. Well, not just Norse. It appears in the religions of the Germans, the Celts, and the Slavs. So, Why does ZZZ? Oh, you right. Okay. If you guys were here for Genshin stuff, I think we'll go ahead and wrap this up here. I don't have anything else to add that's of any use. That's not just rambly nonsense. I will make a comment on Zenless though, because I said I would at the end of the stream. It's the end of the stream. So if you don't want to hear that, thanks for watching. It's been fun. I will answer the ZZZ question now. So, first off, I am gonna make a video about my opinions on the current state of ZZZ. That's been in production for a long time. I wrote the first draft when 2.0 came out. It's still not done because I keep trying to make it as not ranty as possible. I don't want to just rant. I don't want to make an angry video. I want to make something constructive that actually is somewhat thoughtful. And if it takes a while to make, then so be it. So that's still in production. I'm hoping to release that soon. But the TLDR on my stance on Zenless right now is it is not the same game that it was a year ago. And the game it was a year ago was the game I really liked. So when 2.0 came around, the writing was terrible. The exploration was terrible. The experience was terrible. Everything was terrible. Like really, everything was terrible. The only thing that was good in 2.0, in my opinion, was a couple of the lore drops and then the combat, because the combat's always pretty good. But everything else, in my opinion, was just terrible. And it was the first time since the launch of the game that I got through the quest and I just put the game down and said, I don't want to finish this. I did finish it. I did finish 2.0, but I was so disappointed, and I guess it was just like, if I don't know how to really explain it. I was just so disappointed with what was presented as a version launch. And just even in isolation as a patch, just by itself, regardless of anything else, it was just awful. For me, there was no redeeming feature of it. None. And I could rant about it for a long time. I won't, but I could. I know 2.1 was better in terms of writing, and the characters were a little bit better. But the experience of playing the game is not the same as it used to be. And it's not fun for me anymore. And so, like, for me, I have to take my own advice, which is if you're not having fun with something, put it down. So right now, I'm just not having fun with Zenless Zone Zero, so I put it down. That's basically what it boils down to. It's just, there's a lot to that. And I don't know. I feel like 2.2 might not even be as good as 2.1, and story wise. And the reason I say that is because I have a sneaking suspicion that 2.1 was written ahead of 2.0 and 2.2. The reason being is because it's supposed to be like the summer fun interlude type patch, right? Even though it ties into the main story and stuff like that, it's supposed to be that interlude. So like it's supposed to have a different vibe. It's supposed to be something different. And so it works a little better in isolation. But I'm just so skeptical that 2.2 is going to carry that out and still make the story digestible in a way that doesn't give me indigestion. But I'm sorry, I don't have words for this, and this is why I haven't put the video out yet, because like there's so many things I want to say about it, but I want to say it in a constructive way other than just saying like this sucks. You know what I mean? But I don't like the fact that Zenless is compromising its own lore. I don't like the fact that it's compromising its own world building. I don't like the fact that it's essentially allowing itself to become a homogenous game, meaning they're allowing a section, whether it's a big section or a small section of the player base, it doesn't matter, but they're allowing a section of the player base to shape the direction of the game in such a way that the game becomes very similar to other games in the same genre, which makes Zenless lose some of its identity. Not necessarily from like a world building perspective, not from a character perspective, and not from a design perspective, but from an overall experience perspective. And what you have to remember is that games at their core are experiences, right? They're supposed to be a holistic experience. So when someone shapes the actual experience of playing the game, even if you still like some of the characters, even if you still like the story, even if you like the world building, it makes the game a lot less enjoyable to play and to just go through. So that's kind of where I'm at. I mean, the combat of Zenless has always been its strong point. It's still good. In my opinion, it's still fun. But for me, I can't just look at the combat of a game and call that everything. You know? So, as far as I'm concerned, the game ended in 1.4 and then 1.6 and 7 were like interludes, like an epilogue, so to speak. And then the game's over. For me, specifically. That's just kind of how I've resolved it in my head. But trying to please everyone is a mistake. Yeah, that's kind of the point, is that I actually do think that a lot of the decisions they've made with the game, and the reason why a lot of the directors and stuff will say stuff like, I'm sorry there's nothing really interesting on screen. I'm just going to turn this on so that there's something on screen that's moving. It kind of bothers me that there's not, but it's I think a lot of the changes they made to the game, and the reason why a lot of the developers and like the production leads and stuff like that say that they don't regret the changes they've made, is because I do think these changes will make them more money. But I feel like they do so at the cost of the original intent and direction and integrity of their initial design. And for me, that's not really worth it. I would rather have less flashy things, things that cost less development time and have a more unique experience than to have a higher budget game that makes more money and appeals to more people, but is a more generic experience. That's where I'm at with that. So there's that. It was really disappointing because like it was my favorite Hoyoverse game. I was so upset to see that like the amount of comic panels they were using went down. Very shortly after they removed TV mode. They stopped making a lot of like the unique side content after that as well. Like around version 1.3, 1.4 is when you started to see like the changes to the actual game and the experience. But it was really 1.5 where it became so starkly clear that the decisions they were making were actually harming their developer experience and that they were losing their identity. Like one of the reasons why Zenless had such a, how do I put this? Unique assortment of presentation options for the story and everything else was because it was a stage-based game that had some very complex things it needed to portray. And it needed a lot of different ways to do that. So if you had a lot of exposition where people are just talking, then you would have a visual novel scene. You would have to have like the three characters or whatever on screen, just talking, moving a couple of expressions here and there, but otherwise pretty bland and straightforward. But like when all that's happening is talking, that's all you need. But then they had comics for when things would happen in the open world that they didn't actually have models for or animations for, and it wasn't just exposition. Like there was action happening, right? So the comics were perfect for that. But in 1.5, you just saw the comics go away. The comics became single panels that would just be held on screen for 10 minutes at a time. And that's not a comic. That's a CG. Right? Like, it's not. Even the comics that they do make are very, very short now. Very short. And they tried to make it so that you interact more in the overworld. But the problem is the game was never designed for that. And you can tell, you can feel it. You don't notice it as much. Like you know that something's off, but you don't know what it is. And you won't notice it until you play a game that's like Zenless in its structure, or like how Zenless was in its structure initially. And you compare the two directly. So I wasn't actually able to put this into words until I played through Persona 5 The Phantom X. I'm not actually comparing the games or saying one is better than the other. That's my disclaimer here. But it was when I noticed that Persona was actually designed with the intent of having the models be animated on screen as part of the story presentation. So like the models themselves are pretty simple. They're not very overly detailed or anything. They're not high fidelity. But because of that, they have the bandwidth and the engine to make those models do all sorts of cool things. They can run on treadmills. They can, do baseball batting exercises. They can, have these really funny animations where they jump into a giant tractor and then jump out of it. Like you don't see that in Zenless. That would have been what they would use comics for, because doing that with the high fidelity models would have been a lot more difficult, a lot more expensive. So like you can tell that Persona was designed for having that open world exploration type of storytelling from the start, because those things are there. Even little things like when you talk to an NPC on the street, they turn to look at you. The camera frames things correctly. Those things don't happen in Zenless. When you talk to somebody in the overworld, sometimes you'll just zoom in on their butt. Sometimes you'll zoom into the wall of a building and you can't move the camera. Like, it's really frustrating. And then not only do those characters never do anything other than just kind of like what I like to call model breathe, which is where they breathe with their whole bodies and nothing else, like their hair moves, that kind of stuff. That's all they do. There's no mouth movements. There's no expressions movements. They don't turn and look at you. They just stand there. It's like, you can tell that the game wasn't built for this. They didn't design this thing with systems in mind, So, yeah, it's just really unfortunate, And this is why I didn't want to write like a script that was a rant, because I have so many things to complain about, but that's not very constructive. And I don't feel like that really gets across anything other than my disappointment and disillusionment in the development team. And honestly, to be perfectly honest with you guys, it also kind of brings in a lot of disillusionment to me with the live service game industry as a whole, because it feels like Genshin hit on a very special formula that works and works well and gets a lot of money. And people are now afraid to deviate too far from it. And when they do, they erase all the things that made them unique and made them different, and then they make themselves more like Genshin. It's there's a YouTuber who plays Arknights who made a video about Arknights having a similar problem. And he called it the homogenization of games. And I'm stealing that phrase because it's a good one. And it's something that we start to see. We're starting to see, especially in a lot of the high budget games. And it's, if you look at it from like a higher, like a larger perspective, it's kind of similar to what happened to the AAA gaming industry in terms of like, you look at the big budget games and they suddenly all went open world at the same time, right? Because they're just like, oh, well, that game did super well. It sold like several million copies. And like, we want to sell several million copies, so we have to be an open world game, right? But being an open world game doesn't make a good game, right? That's you're just following a trend and people are afraid to deviate from the thing. People want bigger games. People want better graphics. No, they don't. Like, there's a lot of myths that get fed around when you get to a certain size and when the industry or like the genre that you're in hits a certain level of maturity. And that's kind of where we're at. And it's just really sad to see it affect the games that you really like. So, do I still play P5X? I do actually, because it's easier to keep up with in terms of like time constraints. Like it only takes me a few minutes to do my dailies, and I've also decided I just don't care about end game modes in live service games anymore. So I just auto battle as far as I can, or I'll just play up to wherever I feel like I want to play up to. If I feel like playing up to it, and then if I don't feel like it, I just don't. So I mostly play for story and for like, mini games and fun little things, and the events are really fun sometimes. So I do still play it, but I'm very casual. Will I spend money in it? Probably not, but I do still play it. It's still fun. Any chance of trying out Reverse 99 with all of the glorious lore? No, because I honest to God can't handle another game. Like Persona 5, the reason why I picked it up is because I'm convinced it won't have lore that's like really intensive. Because I don't want another game that is really intensive lore, because I just can't handle another game that requires deep. I don't have time. I'm already short on time. I don't want to get into it. So if I do get into another game, either I'm going to drop a game in favor of picking that one up, or it's just going to be like a game I play for fun in my own time, and I won't talk about it anywhere. Like there's a difference to me between picking up a game for fun and picking up a game to make content for it. Right? For me right now, Persona is kind of like one of those games that I don't have to think when I play. Like I can just focus on playing through puzzles. I can just, play and not worry about having to record things or pay attention to details. I can be surprised by stuff instead of trying to predict everything. So like it's kind of a decompression live service game, if that makes sense. I feel like a game like Reverse 99 or any game in that sort of vein is going to have the same problem that I can't really work around. So R99 does have a good reputation, and I've heard really good things about its story and everything. The combat system isn't exactly for me, which is why I've never really been interested in picking it up for that reason. But I have watched some of the cutscenes, and they are interesting, and I think that it's definitely a good game worth playing if you can. I don't have the bandwidth for anything, and honestly, like I wanna play more non-live service games right now. I miss when games had endings, and maybe that makes me sound really old. But when someone tells me that a game is only 10 hours long now, I get really excited. I will be in awe about its story. I don't know, man. I have a really hard time with time travel stories in general. Like you will see whenever Hoyo comes around and pulls out like a time travel or a time loop or a samsara or whatever, I'm just like, I don't wanna. Honest to God, anytime there's time travel, my brain shuts down. I can't. And that's another reason why I haven't picked up the game. I know it's good. I know the stories are good. I know the lore is good, but I have personally such a hard time with time travel. This is about the extent of what I can do before I just don't want to do it anymore. So, yeah. Claire Obscuri. Oh no, we've gone through that. Am I going to play Silk Song? Probably not, because I'm not very good at platformers, so I don't find them super fun. 13 Sentinels. I know it's on my list. I'll get to it. I promise. Right after I replay Shadow Hearts. Some streamers you follow played Judero and took like 6 or 7 hours between 3 streams, and it was wild. This is what games should be, so incredibly unique. Yeah, exactly. We have way too many live service games, and the reason we have so many live service games is because the monetization model works, and so they make more of them, and they market them to us, and they make them shiny and pretty, and they keep you hooked, and they get you addicted to them, and they make you play them all day. And when you have to keep reselling like individual games over and over and over again, you have to remarket them because they're a totally new IP, like you're taking a huge risk, right? Companies don't like risk. They don't want to do that. So they're going to pump all their money into live service no matter like any way that they can. So, I mean, in my opinion, I think the days of high quality live service games are numbered. And this is a hot take, but we're about to enter a pretty. We're entering a pretty interesting time where I think the market is about to get so saturated that a lot of games that are high production value and live service aren't going to make it. They're just not. And there's going to be a lot of lost money in the same way that you see like AAA studios struggling to make like the next best hero shooter, for example. They just think, oh, if we just make a hero shooter, we make it somewhat like Overwatch, it'll do well. It's like, no, it won't. It's not how this works. So I see a lot of the cool games, the innovative games right now in the indie space, predominantly. And that's where I want to spend more of my game time rather than live service games, even when the live service games are good. So the only way I'm picking up another live service game to make content for it or like to get invested in general is if I drop Genshin or Star Rail. I have to drop one of the two. And of the two, Star Rail would get dropped first. It's the way it is. But probably not doing that with either of them in the foreseeable futures. Isn't Marvel Rivals popular? Yeah, it is. But Marvel Rivals isn't just we're going to make another Overwatch. It is a very, very, very evolved take on what Overwatch could have been. And that makes it different, and that's part of why it's popular. What was the name of that one really huge budget? Like that one with a massive budget that bombed like the day it launched. That hero shooter. What was the name of that? I forget. I forget. The one with really terrible character designs. Concord. Yes, Concord. Will this go back to Genshin eventually? No, it won't. I'm done. I already talked about the live stream for like many hours, and someone asked me about Zenless, so I wanted to talk about Zenless a little bit because I said I would at the end of the stream. So that's what we're doing here. But this is basically the end of the stream. So if you're here for Genshin stuff, I recommend the rewind button and the replay button. But yeah. Yeah, so there's basically that. Anyway, I have opinions on some of the games that are coming up. I've already said quite a bit about Anima Nexus for the Hoyo game and what I think Hoyo is trying to do, because I do think Hoyo sees the writing on the wall about live service games in general having a problem with new player acquisition in the future, and that they need to start attracting younger audiences to get them baked into the platform, like the whole ecosystem, while they're still young and building habits. I see that happening. That's what I think Anima Nexus is. That's what I think the UGC and Genshin is. And that's kind of what I think their strategy is overall. It's not a bad strategy. I think the Anima Nexus would have been a lot better without doing the crossovers, but that is my opinion. I know why they're doing the crossovers. It's because they want people to be invested in the Hoyo-verse. I have opinions on that. They're not opinions that align with Hoyo's direction and executives. I know that, but they are my opinions, not theirs. So there is that. But I know Ananta, formerly Project Mugen, looks quite high budget. My concern with Ananta isn't so much the quality of the game, but the fact that I'm not sure what differentiates that game from the other live service games that are high production that are coming out in a similar period of time, right? Because like Ananta, I saw someone describe it a little bit as like GTA 6 as you're navigating around a big city. That's not entirely wrong, but technically, you want to get technical. Neverness to Everness is really more like anime GTA 6, if you really want to think of it that way. So like Neverness to Everness will be directly competing with Ananta. and they look like they may release around the same time-ish, potentially. So like I'm weirded there. The one I think has a potential to do pretty well on its own merit is Silver Palace, as far as like the high budget games go, because it's predominantly a detective and stealth game, which makes it very different from the other games, even if the combat ends up being a bit similar. Its focus on the detective aspect is a point of differentiation that I think will allow it to do okay, providing that they execute it well and it lands with the audience. But a lot of these other ones, like Do It Night Abyss and stuff like that, I'm just so convinced that these sorts of games are about to start cannibalizing each other. Because like when it comes to one-off games, you know, like games that actually end, single-player games, even multiplayer games that have a story mode, you can play an infinite number of those. Not an infinite number, but like a lot of them, right? Like if 5 of those games release in a row, you can still buy all 5 and play all 5, and all 5 will be successful, right? There isn't really a cap. But when you have a live service game, because you're trying to get people to play a game every day consistently, there's only so much time someone has in a day, and you're asking for that time indefinitely. So there's an actual cap on the number of players and the number of playtime you can put into these games. And that's kind of the difference of why I think the cannibalism of the player base is going to become a big problem, as there are more high quality, high budget live service games like this. Anyway, how's my opinion on Do It Night Abyss or removing gacha and then monetize through skin only? That doesn't change the thing. I'm not talking about gacha games. I'm talking about live service games. There's a difference. Gacha is just the monetization model. Live service is the play model, which means that they intend for you to play every day or at least multiple times a week for a certain amount of time every day for an extended period of time, preferably indefinitely. That's what a live service game is. Gacha is just the way you spend money or don't spend money, depending on your fiscal preferences. Meanwhile, Love and Deep Space sitting comfortably without any competition. You've got Tears of Thamus, like, right there. It's not that popular, though, so, like, Love and Deep Space kind of blew it out of the water, but, you know, it has some competition, just not very good competition. But, anyway, yeah. It's an interesting landscape, but we were originally talking about Zenless Zone Zero here. And, yeah, I basically, the TLDR on that is that I quit Zenless because I was just very disappointed in the direction of the game, and it's not fun for me anymore, and I just have to take my own advice and not play things that aren't fun. And that is advice I give to everybody. It's advice I think everyone should follow because games are meant to be fun. They should never not be fun. If you are not having fun with a game, then it's not a game, it's a chore. We don't play chores, we play games. So. Will I stream Genshin Luna 1 story quest? I don't stream the story, basically ever. Partly because I play at weird hours, for weird segments, and I don't like doing commentary because I record them, and that means I can't pause. Because if I pause, then I have to pause my recording clips, and that screws up my whole, like, record keeping system. So I don't record the story system or the story quests. So what happened to ZZZ? You can hit the rewind button to hear my spiel on that if you want to. I'm not gonna repeat myself, but is a crossover not my preference? It's not about preferences. I'm looking at this from a business perspective. If you're looking to bring in new players, making players feel like they have to play other games in order to get the full experience is not a good way to bring in new players. So when you do crossovers with games from your own franchises, you tend to put pressure on certain parts of the player base that are more subject to either not continuing with your game or just not picking it up in the first place because they think other things are required. A lot of people did not pick up Honkai Star Rail in the beginning, for example, because they thought Honkai Impact lore was required. It's not. it is beneficial if you know it, but I mean, you know, there's a whole debate to be had there about that. I don't think doing a crossover for Anima Nexus is a smart idea because I feel like they're targeting a totally different audience with it. I feel like if they were going to do crossovers, they should do them later. But it's quite obvious that Hoyo wants to create an entire Hoyo-verse of games and wants people to be into their whole ecosystem and not just into one of their games. They don't want people to play just Genshin Impact. They want people to play Hoyo-verse, right? So, I mean, that's why I understand what they're doing from a business perspective, but I don't agree with it. I think it's dumb, but yeah. You could give Hoyo your feedback on Zenless. Oh, you think I haven't? Okay, I had a Zenless Zone Zero contact at Hoyo, like the person who would give me sponsorships or ask me if I wanted to do certain events or things like that. I straight up told them I wasn't doing Zenless content anymore, and I wrote them a 500-word essay as to why. So they know exactly what I think, and they know exactly how I feel, because I said they would pass my message on to the developers. Will it tilt the needle? Probably not. I can't imagine the opinion of a single content creator is gonna do that. I really don't. But never think that I don't tell people what I think about something I might be complaining about. Typically, if I'm telling anyone about something that I'm complaining about, I've already complained to the manager, so to speak. Yeah. My policy is to not say something behind someone's back that I wouldn't say to their face. That applies to companies as well. I have been known to call up companies to the highest, like, if I can find a phone number of a person who is as high up as I can possibly get, I will call them and just tell them what's wrong with their stuff. I've done that before. I've only gotten through like twice. Once to Adobe when I was complaining about Dreamweaver ages ago, like a decade ago. I think the other was to, I think I got through to Time Warner once. Was it Time Warner or was it AT&T? I forget. Anyway. But full disclosure, the reason why I started doing that is because you remember that professor I was talking about earlier, the one who made me do like the 100 design challenges in like 24 hours? That same professor told us that the best way to get a job was not to apply to a job, but to go to someone's, like if you're trying to be a web developer, for example, he said, go to a company's website, find as many bugs on that website as you can, find as many interface flaws as you can, and then go find the email or the phone number of the person who would be like overseeing that aspect of the company, and then call them up and tell them all of those problems and how you would fix them. And he said, you will get a job 8 times out of 10. You know the worst part about that advice? He was fucking right. I have gotten more jobs by doing stuff like that than any other application process. Any other application process. And I was a contractor, so that was how I would cold call people. I would get websites very quickly that way. Anyway. Oh, Sweetly stopped doing, or Sweetly. I don't actually really know how to say their name. Yeah, I honestly think the executives really fucked over the ZZZ audience. Although, if you look at the finance reports, you look at the earnings, Zenless is doing quite well. So like I said, I think they've compromised their hardcore fan base, people who really liked the game for what it was, in favor of the people who like specific aspects of the game and they are willing to throw money at. And, you know, I mean, it's a choice. Not a choice I agree with, but it's a choice. So anyway, I'm not surprised by that. A lot of people were very disappointed in that story. So I am going to make a video about it. I wanted to make something that was a bit more structured thought-wise, because it's not just about Zenless. It's about trends throughout the industry as a whole, and I wanted to have a constructive conversation about it. So hopefully we finish that. I don't mean hopefully. I'm gonna finish that, damn it. I'm halfway done. Let me finish. Anyway. Yeah. So, I answered the question people had at the very beginning when they asked me what I was thinking about Zenless. I have definitely gone through this trailer and said more or less everything I have to say about it. I don't think I have anything else to add. So, yeah. Time check because it's almost midnight. I know it. I'm hungry. I'm gonna go eat something. My puppies are out of water too. I gotta go get them water. Anyway, thank you guys for sticking through my technical difficulties at the beginning. I can't believe there are still this many people here. I told you we're not doing any more Genshin stuff. Did that many people really stick around for my Zenless rant? Really? Bizarre. You guys are so bizarre. That's responsible, even though it's nice to rant sometimes. Listen, I've written 4 drafts of this script, and the first 3 were 20-page rants, okay? I've gotten it out of my system. This last draft is going to be constructive and a good conversation to have, and as unemotionally charged as feasibly possible. So, anyway, there's that. I could talk about that for a long time. But anyway, thank you guys for sitting with me through the technical difficulties. And wow, thank you very much, Sylvie, for the super. That is extremely generous towards the end. I hope you didn't just get here. I hope you've been here for a while and that you feel your super's worthwhile. But yeah, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it, you guys. And also through my technical difficulties at the very beginning. I'm going to try and cut those out so that if you watch this on repeat or you got here halfway through, you don't have to go through all that. And then hopefully next time it won't be thunderstorming during a stream. This is like the 3rd time this has happened. Yeah. Anyway, Red Flame did a similar vid. He did. He went through all of the changes that Zenless Zone Zero has been through since its launch. I'm going to do something a little bit different because I want to have a discussion more about the industry at large using Zenless as an example rather than going through all of the changes that Zenless made to the game itself. Because like you said, Red Flame already made that video. So I want to have a different conversation, hopefully. So anyway, thank you guys so much. I hope you're looking forward to the lore in Nod Cry. I've got a couple of fun videos coming up. I'm going to try and get the little guy video done before Nod Cry comes out. Hopefully we'll have that to look forward to. I've got a video on the Bakunawa that I'm going to work on as Nod Cry comes out. And then I've got a little rambly fun Star Rail video coming out shortly. So yeah, look forward to that. Anyway, thanks again. I'm gonna go. I'm really hungry. Goodbye for now. We'll see you later.